Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there, Mr. Balderon. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm just in the process of setting everything up. I started at 1. I've got YouTube is 0, lower than bitrate ranking on Livestream. I'm hopeful YouTube is looking alright. YouTube is working. It looks like it's working. Let me make sure I've got the chat open so I can actually see if it's annoying because I can't connect chat. Can't connect chat to my screen to OBS. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So oh, you're hearing me twice. That's not good. I'm assuming. Oh, hang on. What about now? Am I? Oh no, we're good. That's good. What about now? Is there no echo? Are we good? Excellent. Yeah, okay, cool. I've got a second mic set up, so my bass. So yeah, that's not ideal. Bear with me while I sort out this stuff. We've got a lot to catch up on. We've got a lot of things to catch up. YouTube is all good. Fantastic. On YouTube as well, I realized you can't actually hear the jazz that's playing because of the copyright system. It's very strict. So any jazz that you hear is only coming through Twitch because I can't afford to have the YouTube stream shit itself, basically. So if you're on Twitch, you get jazz, but on YouTube, you get a higher quality stream just because YouTube handles streaming way better than Twitch does, funnily enough. So, I mean, totally up to you though. Who's annoying? I mean, I could probably play my own music too. Like, I'm gonna talk about. We've got lots of things to talk about, so I will play some music over on what's it called on YouTube? Yes, new emotes. Yes. You're a mod? Yeah. So, oh wait, no, mods don't get it, do they? You have to subscribe as well if you want the full thing. Yes, I have redone everything. New emotes, new everything. So I've gone with the pictogram stuff. So you know those little stick figure things that you see around everywhere? The little stick figure things? I've sort of copied and pasted those. I was trying to come up with something a little bit different, something a little bit more unique to the stream, I guess, if you want to call it that. So yeah, I ended up coming up with basically taking one of the big sheets that has all these different little pictograms, and I just sort of trying to pick interesting ones. So, as you saw there, that's all the free stuff. So you get some good bangers. Yeah, the street warning signs and stuff. It's like the toilet, the toilet icon. You go to a restaurant or something, and on the door is a little picture of a man or a woman, and it's like toilet. It's it's one of those. So I've tried to pick interesting pictograms. We've got a lurk one. We've got a cheers, sword attacking guy. This one, I quite like this one. This one's quite nice. It's a guy attacking like that. But that is a paid emote and stuff. I've got some muted. I've got some other stuff. I've got the money. I've got a few things. So sub. And I don't have that on YouTube though, just to be clear. No YouTube on that because I'm not a channel member on YouTube. I'm not actually monetized on YouTube, so I can't put the emotes on there until I get 1,000 subs and I become a fantastic, high quality streamer. Then I can put emotes on there. But I need to grow that YouTube stuff, which is why I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So everything's all good. And just check for me, bruh, what the highest resolution you can set is on YouTube. Is it 720p at 60 thingo, 60. What's the word? Frames a second? Yeah, that's the word. Is that cooking? Of course, you got to start somewhere. Yeah, and also too, the YouTube delay is quite long. So if you send a message and I don't respond to it for like 30 minutes, that's why. It takes a long time to get here. Yeah, 720 at 60. Okay, cool. And it looks good. It looks good on the monitor and stuff as well. It doesn't look too bad. I was trying to do 1080p 60, but that requires way more a higher bit rate, which I don't think my internet can handle much higher bit rate. So looks good. Okay, that's good. Like I said, YouTube is like, it's funny. YouTube is so like out of date with live streaming. It's still got a long way to go before it catches up to the same level as Twitch. But it's just better in every way. Like you get a much higher quality stream on YouTube than you do on Twitch. You have to deal with a lot of YouTube's weird stuff. So, yes. So again, if you want high quality visuals, go to YouTube. But if you want all the memes, all the emotes, all of the other stuff that goes along with a stream, watch it on Twitch. But either way, I'm just glad it's working. I wasn't sure my internet could handle that both, but not Steam. What am I talking about? Twitch is telling me connection is good, and YouTube is telling me connection is good. Excellent. So that's good. Okay, cool. Which means we're golden. We're in. All right. Well, enough with the pleasantries out of the way. I'm glad that works. If the stream looks a bit barren, it's because I haven't set up everything yet. I still haven't got the. I haven't had time to do anything. I've been running around all day doing stuff and then getting some of this stuff. I had to clean my room a little bit behind me. Yes, new background too, by the way. Ad breaks as well. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay. Incoming ad break. I forgot that I'm an affiliate on Twitch, so ads will start coming through on the Twitch side of things. I'm gonna snooze it for 5 mementos. So in 5 minutes, the ads will pop up again. Forgot I'm an affiliate. So if you do see ads pop up, just let me know. And then I will make sure to slow down with my talking. So that way you don't miss out on content. And also too, if you don't want ads, YouTube as well. YouTube has no ads because I'm not monetized on YouTube. So you can get an ad-free viewing experience. Like I said, you get a high-quality stream, viewing, but it also, you have a few downsides. You can't hear the music, you can't hear other stuff because of just YouTube stuff. Anyway, I've rambled on enough about all of my technical stuff. How you guys going? Need the jazz. Yeah, I thought so. The jazz is here. Because the jazz has come from a YouTube video, pretty sure that's going to get copyrighted, so I can't send that to YouTube. So, a bit disappointed about that. I might make my own jazz. How hard can that be? Just make my own jazz. But I'll play some War Penguin stuff as well. I'm going to get the poster up. I don't have a poster of the... I've got to get a poster. Get that sorted. Get that going. But yeah, how you guys been? It's hard to juggle everything. I got to find better ways to... Again, you've got to start somewhere. And this is what I wanted to do. I just wanted to jump in, start streaming, and then if we've got any issues that pop up, I can sort of try to figure it out on the fly. And then later on, I can come back and fix stuff up. So hopefully, all is well. Yes. So if I'm looking this way, the camera's over here, but I've got everything set up on this monitor here. So I'm looking at myself on the picture, but I'm not looking at the camera. I don't know what feels better. I don't know what feels better, if I stare into your soul, or if you prefer me to look at the myself on the stream here. Yes, this is a test run stream. Yeah. There will be no Sekiro gameplay. That's going to come later next week. Once I get everything sorted out, make sure everything works, then we'll test some gameplay. But for the time being, we're going to talk about Furies in the Mind. I figured this would be a great time, YouTube stream, because I'm streaming to YouTube, to talk about Furies in the Mind, so I can make some social media content that I can chop up and make it look nice and talk about the game a bit more. So people can come and watch this stream again, this VOD, because it will be uploaded to, the whole thing will be uploaded to YouTube as well. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, but if I move the camera to the other monitor, then you're going to see this side of the room. It's a bit of a mess. That's why I put it on this one. I'm going to have gameplay and stuff. When I start talking on about Unity and stuff and showing the game, it's going to be on that monitor. So I'm going to be looking at this monitor. So it's going to be looking like I'm at the camera, but I'm not. But yes, there's some stuff, a lot of stuff off screen that you can't see for purpose reasons. If you're talking directly and exclusively to us, then looking at the camera is best. If you're talking about something else on screen, then we can look wherever I suppose. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I'm going to chat. All the chats are on this side as well. So, you know. And because I'm using display capture, I've got everything. Okay, fine. It's fine. We're working this shit out. We're working this stuff out. This is going to be good. But yes, I feel like I'm going to be talking about the game today. So that's what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. I'm just trying to manage everything. Make sure everything's good to go. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do whatever works. And Jazz is there. Jazz is good. Jazz is not too loud on the Twitch side. Jazz is not too loud. That's good. My mic as well. My mic's not too loud. I'm talking all right. Nice volume. Everyone can hear me. I think you're looking at the camera every now and then would be where we go. Okay, good. Good volume. Good vibes. Excellent. Cool. All right. So that looks good. YouTube's good. YouTube is good. Excellent connection. I also too haven't figured out how to put the YouTube chat on the screen as well. So notice you also don't get your comments. Yes, I was just about to allude to that. Yeah, I haven't figured that part out yet. I know there's a plugin you can use, but I haven't had time to set it up. So that's going to be for next thing. But yes, no YouTube stuff on here, which would be very handy because then I don't have to look at two chats at once. I can just look at the one. But unfortunately, we're just having to roll with it. That is the idea. Which is fine, you know. Exclusivity on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. But good volume. And yeah, so going to have to do a lot of this stuff, management stuff. Okay. All right, well, Twitch is telling me there's an ad break, so if you're on Twitch, 5 seconds. I'll hold off for about 30 seconds, however long the ad is. Yeah, okay, so the ad is playing as we speak. I don't know how long the ad's going to be. No? Not yet? Okay. Twitch is telling me otherwise, so just you know. If it once it starts, let me know. And once it finishes, let me know. Oh, it's just started. Okay, it's just started. All right. So I'll wait till the ad break finishes, but yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to get back into it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Max multitasking as possible. Damn right. Lots of balancing. Lots of stuff to do. And because it's been like 2 years, I've got a lot of catching up to do. I know all of my old streamer buddies that are still doing their streaming and stuff. They're off, you know. It's been 2 years since I've basically chatted to them. So if they're around, you know, maybe they jump on. Who knows? Hey, nice to see you, Geordie boy. J Valcar 15. Nice to see you in. Let me just double check something. Yeah, no, we're good there. Yep, we're all good there. Checking my audio levels because I've got a little button interface down here. Ooh. Ads finished. Let me check. Ads finished. Ads are finished. All right, we're golden. Cool. You guys are back. Fantastic. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Also, if you have a look, it says subscribe as well. So if you're on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, you can subscribe. You should subscribe. Yeah. Twitch. Twitch is ads. YouTube is no ads. YouTube is free viewing. But I've been good. I've been very good. I've been very good. Oh, you didn't get an ad? Okay, well, if you didn't get an ad, you didn't get an ad. I don't know. Twitch is telling me otherwise. I don't know what Twitch is telling me. Twitch is having a party. That's what it's having. Twitch is having a party. That's exactly what's going on there. So, I'm balancing all my multitasks, all my tabs, all of my clickety-clicketies. Good so far. This is good. This is good. Excellent. Cool. Just double checking everything. Everything seems to be good. Levels are good. Yeah, everything seems to be going well. Everything's good. Everything's good. Everything's good. All right. So, welcome everyone. Now I can officially start the stream. Now that I've sorted out all the technical difficulties. Welcome. It's been... I was looking at my stats. The last time I streamed was 2 years ago. So it's been a while. It's been 2 years since I last streamed to YouTube or Twitch. And a lot has happened actually in the last 2 years. A lot has happened. I don't even know where to start. 2 years is a long time. Lots of stuff has been happening. I've been making games. I've been umpiring for the footy, local footy, at least. Not trying to knock my way into the VFL. I'm almost there. I've just got to wait for some of the VFL folks to get promoted to the AFL or get delisted, so that way there's some spots that are opened up. So hopefully I'm ready for that. Fingers crossed this year. What else have I been up to? War Penguin. Yes. My new rock band, War Penguin, which I'll showcase very shortly, actually. I will load up the Spotify. We're on Spotify. And started a new band. So we've got some albums already. We've got some songs done. We've got some new songs coming too. Got a couple of gigs coming up as well over the week. Yeah, there. And that's speaking of War Penguin, Snowborn has just arrived, who is our drummer for War Penguin. So yes, yeah, I do need some emojis for War Penguin. I do need some War Penguin emotes. So we'll get there. We'll add stuff. It'll get around to it. I also haven't gotten any alerts set up as well. So if I do, for like people following me and stuff, like new followers and stuff, I haven't got any of that set up on this. It should stream a jam session. We probably can, actually. It's probably not out of the question. We definitely could try something like that, for sure. I don't know how open the other guys will be to it, but yeah, usually, because we do jam sessions every Friday. Yeah, every Friday in this exact room. So, you know, jam sesh. Jam sesh, yeah. We could definitely do one of those. I could try organizing one. Because, you know, it's a lot of fun. But yes, just as a side note, so I can add content to the VOD or to the YouTube side of things, because I'm going to basically take this live stream and edit it up, chop it up so it looks nice, and I'll put some music behind it as well, so it sounds nice. It's a bigger room. It's a big room. We make it work. It's not the largest room in the world, but the drum kit takes up most of the space. But it's still a pretty decent space. It's got a nice bit of room. I take this chair out as well, so heaps of standing room. And there's only 4 of us, so it's nice and easy to sort of, you know, we get around. We make it work. But yes, doing lots of War Penguin stuff. And I didn't grab my water bottle because forgot about that. But yes, lots of War Penguin stuff, lots of games, lots of umpiring, lots of everything, basically. So it's been a good couple of years. So if you're watching this in the VOD, hello again. I'm back. And we're going to be back. I'm not just doing a one-off and pissing off for the rest of my life. This is it. I'm back. We're going to play Sekiro. We're going to play Elden Ring. We're going to finish those games because I haven't finished those yet. That's going to be the future plan. I'm going to try and stick to times where people are either going to sleep, like now. A lot of Aussies, as we speak, are going to sleep. So they can come join and listen to my soothing tones while they drive themselves to sleep. And then also, too, I'm thinking of doing Tuesday and Thursday mornings as well. 8 a.m. No, 9 a.m. Because I don't think I can wake up at 8 a.m. So that way, if people go on the way to work or they're sitting on the shitter or they're, 30-minute mandatory paid toilet break, they can listen to me work. They can listen to me chat. So we're going to have some good times. And then, of course, I'm going to dribble in some game design stuff. So lots of game design knowledge as we play games. I'm going to try my best to try and make this as informative as well as content as possible. This is going to be a big part of the new social media plan that I've got for my company, Wrong Way Games. I probably should have started with that. Should have probably started to talk about the rebranding that this stream has gone through. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, that's part of the new stream social media plans. And I was thinking about it the other day as to why I didn't end up streaming for 2 years. And I think what happened was I got into a bit of a cycle of wanting to do content creation for YouTube and stuff, which is really hard to do. And I ultimately didn't really have too much success with that. So I think that sort of killed my motivation to keep streaming, even though it was a great time and I love doing it. It just killed my motivation a bit. So now, spent 2 years wondering what to do. I've got new motivation. I've got a new drive. I want to build this Twitch stream. I want to build this community of my new video game studio, Wrong Way Games. And yeah, we're gonna get cracking. And I'm not sure if you've seen it, but there is a QR code. Haven't scanned it. Scanned it. What? Scan it. Because it's got links to everything to do with Wrong Way Games. It's got a link straight to the game, which we're going to talk about very shortly. And a Discord server as well. I'm trying to start working that Discord server. So if you've got Discord, again, link, scan it, click the Discord link, bang, you'll be in. Discord, or YouTube, War Penguin is coming. There's going to be some War Penguin stuff that I'm going to be talking about. When's the next War Penguin gig? Tuesday. Yeah, already answered. All right, Valderon's on it. He's on it. He's already on it. But yes, Tuesday is the next one. So things are good. How long have I been talking for? I can't actually see my stats. Oh, 30 minutes. Shit, I've been talking for 30 minutes. I'm not going to do the full 4 hours originally planned. I'm just going to do a couple of hours because I don't know how long I can talk about Furies in the Mind. So if you've got any questions, yeah, drop them in because then that way it gives me a good excuse to go on a tangent of sorts. And again, multitasking. Okay, 30 minutes. Have a drink. I will go grab a drink. Hang on 1 second. I got a big drink actually. The big bottle of water. The one I use at my gigs or in between sets when it's bloody hot in that light. Yeah, but anyway, let's talk now about the rebranding. So, actually, hang on. Content is really hard. You have to get it because you like it. There's no other way unless you have a lot of time and money. Yes, yeah, exactly. A lot of it is luck. A lot of it is money. A lot of it is time. And it's just hard. It's hard to do. It's just hard. There's no way to put it. Hard to do. So, yeah, very tough. Very tough to sort of get back into it again. But new drive, new motivation. Got some new goals. Want to try and get monetization on YouTube. 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. 300 watch hours, I think, is the stats you need. So that's going to be the goal. So hello to everybody on YouTube. Now, where was I going? Yes, wrong way. Yeah, mainly luck. 100%. But yes, rebranding. Wrong Way Games. This is my new video game development studio. Legit business as well, registered, all of that fancy stuff. It's got an ABN. It's got everything you need to call it an actual company. So it is a company. It's not a company. It's a sole trading business. But that's just business gobbledygook. That's not important. It is a legitimate company that you can actually... It doesn't have a website yet, actually. I haven't actually made a website. I've got the domain for it, wrongwaygames.com.au. It just doesn't have anything attached to it. So I've got the domain. I just haven't set up the website. So I'll get to that. Again, that's another goal for this year. Yeah, cool. But yes, so the rebranding as such. So I've taken away from my old level graph design that I had. Wrong Way Games is now the new meta. Everything Wrong Way Games. Check us out. And before I should actually load up Fears in the Mind, just so people know what I'm talking about here. So on Steam, I have made a video game which is called Fear is in the Mind. And it's basically a psychological adventure game where you explore. I know it says horror game on the Steam page, but you basically explore the inside of someone's mind. Someone who has, I don't know what's the word to put it, struggled with reality. It's basically two stories told at once. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? So why don't we swap on over? Hopefully this works. Hey, it works. Fantastic. Oh, I haven't got the chat set up on this screen as well. Okay. Hang on. Bear with me there for a second. Fear in their mind. Correct. QR code as well, by the way. I'm putting that there just to cover whatever was there before. But yes, this is it. Fear is in the Mind. This is actually my developer account, Wrong Way Games. But you can see that it's all here, ready to go. It's got everything you need. It's got everything that you would ever want in a video game. It's about an hour long. So there's lots to see, lots to do. Definitely worth it. It's only $10. Only $10. There are going to be some sales. There have been some sales. It was 50% off over the winter break. It's going to be 30% off very soon. But I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let it cook. But basically, it looks like this. There's achievements. It's got everything you need to know. And it was actually quite fun to do. It was quite a lot of fun. So we're actually going to talk about this game today. We're going to be talking about this. So I'm very excited to get into all of that. But first, let me chuck the chat up on screen. So, hello. Chat. Where is the chat? Chat. Copy. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Copy and paste. Hey, I think we should be good now. You should see your name pop up on the right side of the screen. And we can just test that by saying, this is only for the money. I only care about money. Give me your money. I only want money. If I don't get money, then I'm not getting money. So, money. We like money. Anyway. There we go. Cool. But yes, so this is it. This is it. And this is a game that you should absolutely check out if you're watching this for the first time, because you've been watching a bunch of the YouTube shorts that I've been popping off. I would highly recommend you go and check out this game. Even if you don't buy it, add it to your wish list as well, because that way you can be kept up to date when it goes on sale. I'm not going to reveal when it goes on sale. I want you to get into, what's the word? Get invested. Invested, I think, is a good way to put it. Again, QR code throughout the time, anytime in the stream, to go and check it out. Again, check it out. $10 Australian at least. But this is it. This is the game. Fear is in the Mind. Here it is. Unity and all its fashion, all its glory. This is what it looks like behind the scenes. It was a long journey, actually. 4 years this game took. 4 games. 4 years it took to get this thing up and running. And there was a lot. I learned heaps. Learned heaps doing it. But I'm going to go through over basically a lot of things. We're going to talk about some design stuff. We're going to talk about some art stuff as well. I'm going to try and pull up as much like old concept stuff as well. There's a bunch of stuff that's embedded into this project, which I'm hopeful I've got access to. I don't know if I've... Like, look, these are all the scenes. These are some test scenes as well I can show off. But yeah, we're going to get into it. I don't actually have a list, though. I didn't actually come up with some bullet points of what I should talk about. So why don't I actually talk about... Let's start. You know, I'll just talk about why I wanted to make Fears in the Mind. I think that's a good starting point because it was based off basically an indie project. Let me see if I can find it. Indie project. Do I have it on Steam? Where would it be stored? It'd be stored on a hard drive somewhere. I've got access to it. Because I think it'd be quite interesting to play. I took it down from itch because I was trying to promote this one. It's a whole story. I'll get to it. No, let me just load up my drive here to try and find this bad boy. But yes, it was very much inspired by my old uni project that I had whipped up all those years ago. 2020 was when I released the first version of Fears in the Mind. And it was a lot of work. It was, I think, like 3 months of work because the uni project that I was doing, or the assignment at least, was basically just to create a 3D environment. That was the whole subject, learning about creating a 3D environment. But because I have a games background, I wanted to make somewhat of a game. So it had audio, it had all this other fancy stuff. And I don't know where... Oh, here we go. Digital environments, was it? Yeah, here we go. Do I have just the game? I don't want to load up the Unity file because that's going to take 10 years to do. I don't think I do. I don't think I've got it exported somewhere. I've got it exported somewhere. I'll find it. Fears in the Mind. Fears in the Mind? Is it just Fears in the Mind on here? No, that's the whole thing. Okay, never mind. But yes, it was based off a small little uni project, which was a lot of fun to make, and I learned a heaps doing that. But I wanted to make a sequel. Fears in the Mind version 1.5 is what I called it originally. And I think Prometheus Chap, who's on YouTube at the moment, he started off helping me doing some early programming stuff, helping me prototype the game. I don't know if I can... Got the scene here. I think I might... Game level? Was it game level? I don't know if it was game level. What is game level? Oh, it is game level. Oh, here we go. No, I got it here. Never mind. I got it here. This is it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is the entire... This is it. This is the game. This is the 3D model of the actual environment. This is the whole thing. I modeled this whole map. This whole thing was me. I modeled this. This is my second thing I modeled ever in 3D. I was quite proud of it. Quite complex for a rookie. First time 3D modeler. I was very proud of it. Very proud of what I come up with. Can we walk through it? Is that possible? Have I set this up to be... I mean, it's missing a lot of the textures because this is a different... You can see down the bottom. We're missing a bunch of stuff. So there's going to be a few textures and stuff missing. So that's why there's some big pink blotches everywhere. But the actual black material, that is the same, as well as these lights, which you can't see because I have to turn them on. You can see them there. These are all the lights. Like so. They're not as bright because... Oh, the table's also gone too. Oh, all of the other stuff has gone too. Yeah, a lot of stuff has disappeared from this. But yes, this was basically... a little demo that I had come up with. And it was not modeled in Unity. This was modeled in Maya. So the whole thing was modeled in Maya. First time using it. And I actually made the level in sections. And then I was like, I need to make this whole thing... I didn't know how to do snapping the different sections together. So I just connected the whole thing into Maya. So it was a bit of a bodge job, I'll be honest. It's not my finest amount of work, but it was still... First, second model that I ever made, basically. I made a little keyboard for this 3D assignment that I had to do. Because I did a 3D subject. and then I made this. Quite a leap, if I'm being honest. But it was good fun. It was good fun. But this is essentially was what the game was. It was basically you start over here, and you walk through this essentially labyrinth, linear labyrinth, which would take you through these different scenarios, basically. And then you would get to the end, and then you would have a monologue from yours truly, because I don't know anybody who could do voices, and the game just ends. That's it. The game just ends. And the whole thing was actually quite interesting. I put it up on itch, and a bunch of people played it, because again, it was a free game, so... And if you want to check out free stuff, you just go to itch. Like, that's the way to... itch.io is what I'm talking about. And you can get a bunch of free games and stuff. But heaps of people were playing it. And it was just fun to see their reactions. It was quite fun to just sort of, you know, make something and put it out there. It was just great. Really good to just sort of get that, scratch that itch. Scratch that itch. And so as soon as I released this thing and saw everybody having a good time, I was like, I gotta get back onto the... I gotta get onto the grind. I gotta make the second one. So that's what I did. So I just started making the second one. And the second one was largely the same as what I had done with this one. It was basically, like I said, a 1.5, version 1.5. Also, one of my dog is wanting to come in the room. Hang on. Oh, you can't see him. You can just see him. Woof up here. Up here. Nah, he doesn't want to come. He's not one of the dogs to jump. Not a jumpy dog. But anyway, getting back on topic. So I basically took this and wanted to make a bigger, better sequel. Called it 1.5. And it got pretty far, actually. I haven't got it set up, though. Menu setup? No, that wasn't it. Main menu? No, that's not it. Hello World? No, that's not it. Camera World? What was Camera World? I have too many files in this thing. What was Camera World? Actually, don't know. Camera World. What was Camera World? Oh, this was an early... Was this an early version of... Yeah, this is an early version of level 2. Oh, the office space. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is an early version. Oh yeah, there he is. He's just sitting down now. He was just trying to find a spot. So you can... We've got Doggo Cam in the corner, just behind the boom mic. But yeah, this is an early version of level 2. Don't know why it's a separate scene. I was just making stuff. It got to a point where this game was like, oh fuck. It got what's the word? There was a lot of stuff I had to do. I underestimated how much work I gave myself. It was a lot of work. A lot of work. But I'm glad. I'm glad I had that work though. It kept me busy, it kept me interested, it kept me going, it kept me wanting to see the end, basically. So no, it was good. It was really good to get back into all of it. But as a result, there was a lot of things that I've left lying around, and you know, the source code for this game is pretty cooked because there's a lot of shit that I've left in. So we're gonna go through all of it. But again, getting back on topic. So the 1.5 level, it just was more of the same. Sort of taking this level that I've just created, this whole environment, making it bigger, adding in new crazy set pieces, some of which I actually used in the game. There are some bits that I took from this prototype, added into the game, which I wanted to show, but I don't have it on. I'm gonna have to go look for it or load it up. We can look at it later. Because while I've got this up, may as well talk about it. And it pretty much got stuck in that situation. It was like just this prototype level I'd made, didn't really go anywhere, lost interest pretty quickly. It just sort of fell apart. And fast forward a couple of years, I got into streaming, and that sort of distracted me, took me away from it, and then yada, 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 things went on, things happened, and now, start of last year, I was like, you know what? I've got this project sitting on my hard drive, not being used, and it's somewhat of a horror game. It's got dark visuals, it's got a very spooky atmosphere. why don't I just try to aim for a Halloween update, and whatever the state of the game is, I'll just release it. And that way, I've got something on Steam as a game to show off to people that I can point out and talk about later in years gone by, basically. And this is it. This is it. And that was all the motivation I needed to get to work and actually start making this thing. It was quite fun, actually, because there's a lot of stuff, a lot of content that I had to cut just because I just ran out of time. I didn't know how to do it. A lot of that kind of stuff. And I've got heaps to show. I've actually got heaps to show. Like for starters, while we're in here, while we're cooking in Unity, a great place to start, which I guarantee you 90% of you have not seen, is in the actual final game. If you find all the collectibles, once I load it up, test scenes, you gain access to this level. Once it loads, another bright white void, and where is it? Fence. There we go. You get access to this level, which is basically a little behind the scenes of sort. It's a museum of different aspects to the game, right? It's a museum of sorts. You can check out some stuff, check out some unused content, and it's got a lot of really cool stuff. So, for example, everybody likes spiders. We like spiders. They look fantastic. And I mean, our guy there, Lord Valderon, it's a good name because I mean, look at the spiders. They look fantastic. Look at that. That is some high quality modeling work. And he modeled up these fantastic spiders, which are all animated too. They're all animated. And this basically just allows you to see the different animations, which if I load up the game, let's do it. Let's see how well my PC can handle everything going on. Here it is. This is it. So I guarantee you this is something that 90% of you have not seen. But once you get all the collectibles in the game, you gain access to this little environment. And it's basically, again, a museum. And on it are a bunch of these little signs that give you some information about what it is you're going to see. Welcome to the Wrong Way Games Museum. Here you can find a bunch of behind-the-scenes content to learn more about game development and how cool, but also frustrating, it can be. Have fun. And it's quite small because honestly, there was not a lot of stuff that I could use. A lot of the prototype stuff that I used was just like copyrighted material and all this kind of other crazy crap. So stuff that I couldn't leave in the game. So it was very limited in actually what I could do. But I at least wanted to show off some stuff, some programming stuff. So can you hear this? Can you hear the character walking? Or have I muted that by accident? Computer audio. There we go. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear like the background noise, music and stuff from the game? I'll turn the jazz down. Hang on. Let me turn the jazz down. Where's jazz? Jazz is this one. All right, I've turned the jazz down, so you should be able to hear it. You should be able to hear the game. I'm not sure what music I used actually for. Oh no, I used the Heaven theme. Yeah, that's right. Cool. Excellent. And let me just double check on YouTube side. I think it's still good. Actually, I can load up the YouTube side on my phone. Actually, I can load up YouTube on here. And I can just double check. Hang on. Back into the game. Hang on. It's coming. Yeah, it's working. All right, we're good. I've got my YouTube. Yeah, I'm watching myself on my phone. I'm boosting my viewers count. Shut up, me. I don't need two of my voices here. Shut up. Okay, there we go. Let me get my YouTube chat up. Boom. But yeah, so this is basically a little museum. And no, it is not a reference to the Stanley Parable Museum. It's actually a reference to the Insomniac Games Museum. So, you ever played Ratchet and Clank, the second one, onwards? Each of those games has a little museum like this. And again, they show off cool content. So this is basically a rip straight from that. Copy and paste, because we like copy and pasting. But anyway, it's got some cool little stuff here. Like this room was just a example of how the sound effects work. Because right now you can hear we're walking on, I think, carpet or wood. I actually don't remember. Hang on, let me also mute the jazz on my side because this jazz is popping off. There we go. Let me just turn this up. Oh, piano. Okay, you can hear the piano. Right. So, if I walk on this tile, that's water. You can hear the water sound effects, right? If I walk on this tile, all with a null audio clip. I know there's a lot of errors. Don't tell me Uni. I know. Gravel or grass, and then wood. So, and how all this works is just each of these items, each of these. Oh, by the way, this is the spiders. I'll show them in a second. But each of these blocks just has a different tag on it. So you can have a look. Oh, you can't see it because my camera's in the way. Hang on a second. Doop, doop. So on the inspector side of things, you can see that I actually have a tag which has a bunch of these different sound effects. So these are the different sound effects that you could use for any sort of platform. Grass, metal, wood, water, gravel, piano, carpet. Which I actually used all of these, funnily enough. But yes, set it to ground, and then each of these is a different layer. So that's grass, that's metal, that's water, and that's wood. And I just thought that was pretty neat. I was pretty proud of that. That was something that I whipped up myself, so I was quite happy with that. Had to learn about layers and stuff. Again, a lot of this was a learning experience. I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I'll be honest. I had no fucking idea. So, watching some YouTube tutorials and all that kind of stuff gave me some inspiration to, yeah, just experiment. And that's something I was proud of. A little system that I was proud of. And this whole ground is actually using the piano tag. But we can see also here a little zoom out of the spider cave level. I'll get to that in a second. By the way, there are going to be spoilers for this. So I should have probably said that at the start. Let me turn myself back on. Hello, I'm back. I should have mentioned it at the start that there is going to be some spoilers. So consider this your warning. This is just some 3D models that I used in the prototype to test some stuff. These are actually assets straight from the first Furious of the Mind, as you can see. Recognize this level. Looks a little bit different here. This is actually how the original version of this level looked like. So that first Furious of the Mind level that I showed you, this is what it actually looked like. And this is yelling at me for some reason. Sorry, console, I don't really care. I'm a professional programmer. I know what I'm doing. Don't ask questions. How about that? But anyway. But this is actually an early version of that level. So I wanted there to be like this broken zone of sorts. So I made this for like really crazy, just extruding corners and just trying to make it look mangled as possible. And I ended up not using it. I reworked it into the final result, which I wasn't like super happy about because I really digged this idea. But again, it was just too much work to get this working. Like, say it like that. So it's just a lot of management, a lot of stuff to do, which I just did not want to do. But anyway, moving on along here, there's some assets. I originally in the tutorial level was going to have a little setup. I'll show you what that looks like. We'll take a break shortly and I'll load up the old version of this, which has got a lot more juicy prototypes content. It's going to be fantastic for the YouTube stuff. This is going to be fantastic. But this is the outline shader. So this is a little section where we just tested colors and thickness for all of the objects. Because we're actually using a asset created by, I forget the guy's name. Oka Software, that's it. Oka Software, which is he's basically created this asset on the Unity store, which creates this really nice outline. And the great thing about it is that it's a shader, but he's also included this tool to basically bake meshes so that objects get a nice smooth outline on them. And this works a fucking treat, because if you just try to make your own shader, you have to have 3D models that are very specific. It's something, I don't know the math behind it, like the actual programming behind it, but just the way Unity draws 3D objects, it's something to do with the normals. So UV normals, I believe, is the issue. And if you're using like low poly objects, which is 99% of this game, is using low poly 3D objects, you run into a lot of issues where just the lines don't mesh right. They don't contour. They don't conform to the object shape. They sort of just go off and mash and mingle in every single way. So, and rather than trying to like program that stuff and, you know, do all that kind of crap, Okka Software already did that for me. So I cannot recommend it enough. Oh, smooth normals. There you go. Smooth normals. So it's, again, something to do with normals. I don't know the actual science behind it, but either way, it was a plugin that I used for this because it's straight from the Unity Asset Store, and it was a fantastic plugin. I cannot recommend it enough. So if you're looking to use a 3D object, but you don't really want to mess around with outline shaders, which can be a pain in the bum to set up, I would highly recommend it. It's fairly cheap too. It's quite a cheap piece of software as well. It's really nice, really handy. But I used it to basically, test different thicknesses, different colors, and make everything look nice. Make everything have a unique art style, which again, I'll talk about later. But of course, let's show off the spiders, because again, Lord Valderon, he did a fantastic job. I was wrapped with these. Have a look at these. Have a look at these spiders. These are all his animations, custom animations, custom rig, custom spider, everything. He made everything himself. This is not a downloaded model or anything. This is real shit. And it just looks fantastic. I mean, you got the little digging, eating spider. This is the idle spider. Special idle spider, I should say. He's just chilling. He's having a good time. Look at him. I should say her, because most big spiders that you see around in the world are actually female. So I should probably say her. She's just chilling. She's having a good time. This is her attacking, lunging at you. You can see the actual movement of the spider. It doesn't actually got any programming stuff. That's separate. I had to actually animate the spider moving backwards and then jumping at the player. That was a fun little project. And then this is it walking. So, as I said on the sign here, these are actually the animations used by the spider in game, which were actually quite hard to see. So as you sort of, actually, let me make this bigger so you can see it. How's that? That's nicer, isn't it? That's much nicer. And you basically just used it to, actually, no, I'll go back to this. Just so I can keep, that way I can just keep things consistent. I can keep things consistent. I'll keep it as is. And it's really hard to see the spiders in game because they're so small and they're, you don't get it up close and personal. So these are all the spiders in question. There are a couple more animations, which I didn't put in here because they're pretty much the same, just used in different contexts. Ad break, apparently. Another ad break's coming on Twitch side, so I will hold up for a second. But yes, it was a fun little project. Yes. It was fantastic, and the spiders turned out beautifully. We're going to take a quick breather here, I think, because Twitch is doing another... I've got to slowly turn that off. I don't know how to... Okay, I think we've got ads again, so we're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna let it tick. We're just gonna let it cook. Yeah, we're just gonna let it cook. We're just gonna let it cook. We're going to let this thing cook, which is fine. I don't mind. We'll go back to the other screen for the minute. Hey, we're back. Let me fire up the jazz as well again, just while we're waiting. Sorry, on the YouTube side, you can't hear this. I'll put it in post. When I'm editing this video, I'll put it in post. I'll put it in post. Ad break ends in 30. Is there ads on Twitch? I don't know. OBS is telling me that there is. Twitch is telling me there is, but I don't know if there is or not. So I'll wait a couple seconds. All right, we should be back. We should be back. If there was ads. Was there ads? I don't know if there were ads. I have no idea if there were ads or not. So we're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking. Anyway. Now that we're back, let me mute Jazz again. Sorry, Jazz. And let's get back into the game. No ads on the other end. Okay, so Twitch is lying to me. I don't know what Twitch is doing. I have no idea what Twitch is telling me. So we're just going to ignore it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we're back. We're back. And let's go to here, actually. Early design of the spider level. So this is another cool little piece of design. So this was actually the original level of the spider cave, which doesn't have a lot of context to it. So I'll actually come back to that. I'll come back to that. And then this is a little playground. So when I was testing the actual limits of what I can do with this player controller, which is actually this, by the way. If you ever wanted to know what the character looks like in game, it's just a yellow cylinder. That's all it is. Yellow cylinder, because you never see it. And this is a little test zone. So got some ramps here. I was testing some physics stuff. Steps as well. 50 units, 40 units, 30 units, 20 units, 10 units. Testing all of that kind of stuff. So it's a little playground you can mess around with. But there's a lot of really cool content in here that I just wanted to show off. But yes, that is one of the levels that if you find all of the collectibles in the game, you actually get access to this. Which is good. Which is good. I wanted there to be something. I wanted there to be a reward for people who took the time and found all those little sneakies. Because who doesn't like finding secret collectibles in a game? I know I do. Anyway, so with that out of the way, and I've shown that off, we can actually talk about some other stuff. So let me fire up the Jazz again. Jazz is back. We're back. Bottom. And why don't we go from here? Let me turn this down so I don't distract myself. From here, why don't we go and look at one of these levels? So I'm trying to find which one would be most interesting. Spider cave level. This is the most interesting level. This has got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff that you'll never see. The behind the scenes content. We like behind the scenes content. So again, if you haven't played the game, I would highly recommend. Do I still have? No, I don't. Okay, I don't have it open. I'm a professional streamer and I don't have my own game open. Rookie mistake. Fear is in the mind. Again, Fear is in the mind. Steam. It's not too hard to find. It's a very quick Google search. Fear is in the mind. Again, here it is. There it is. So make sure you check it out. Again, so if you haven't played it, I recommend you play the game first. Before you jump onto this. Again, it's only $10. It's Australian, by the way. $7 US. So it's quite a cheap experience, and you get a good quality experience as well. I'm not hyping that up. I'm not trying to be self-biased here. I'm not biased, even though I'm a little biased, but it's a worthy investment. I've definitely not left you shortchanged. You've got a quality experience when you purchase and play this game. But yes, so to get back to it, this is sort of, for people who have played the game, this is what the level looks like initially. So you might be familiar with this, and if you've seen any of the screenshots or any of the YouTube shorts, this is exactly what you're looking at. And this is basically just one long corridor. So if I actually turn off some of the magic. So let's do this. Can I change the color? No, I can't. Okay, Unity. Okay, that's fine. Just give me one quick second. We're going to change the color of this environment. We're going to bang. There it is. So let's actually change the color of these bad boys so you can see what's going on under the hood. So this whole area is actually just a terrain object, which is this thing here, but painted black. I've got a black material over the top, which gives you that sort of darkness feeling, but it's actually just a bunch of these walls. And you can actually see here, there's this little black box. I'll get to that a little later. But the hardest bit about all of this was trying to make it feel like you were walking through a forest. And originally I just had planes, so flat 3D objects, right? That's all I had originally. I just had flat 3D objects, which I can actually show you here. I had this thing. This is what's a plane. This is what's called a plane. And, oh no, this is a cube. Never mind. But this is basically what a plane is. So it's basically a cube just with its face on the underside deleted. It doesn't have a face. It's just a one-sided polygon. That makes sense. Doesn't have a back to it. And I think At least I think, yeah. I think that's right. I don't know, Valderon, you can fix. You're the 3D guy. If I say something wrong, then it's like you can correct me. Feel free to correct me. But originally, I just had planes like this, like a flat 3D plane that I used, and it just wasn't working. So this is what this whole area looks like. All a terrain object, because then that way I could add in little bumps, little bump there, could add a little hill here, stuff that you just don't see, because when I put the material back on of the actual, whoop, you can't tell. It just looks like a big black void with some trees in the way. And if you carefully have a look, I have a level design background, so these trees are meticulously placed to sort of drive you in one direction, because you start at basically a dead end. You turn around, there's some trees behind you. So you can't go that way. You see a black void, you can't go that way. If you try to walk into the black void, you're stopped by an invisible wall. So again, you can't go that way. But of course, because it's a black void, you don't know what's out there. So yeah, it's a good way to use invisible walls. But anyway, I sort of placed the trees in a way where they lead you on. There's a nice open path down the middle. And this is level design 101, I guess, is having landmarks. So initially it sort of starts off very linear, and as you walk along, you can see this little house in the distance, and that acts as your landmark. That acts as a point, and it's a very common in game design, especially in level design, when you're trying to get players to navigate through a space. It'd be very easy for players to get confused on where they are. The best way to do that is to just have landmarks. Have landmarks, points of reference, where the player can look at it and go, oh yeah, I remember this place, so I must be here. And you're on your way to being a fantastic level designer. That's how that works. And with these landscapes, not landscapes, but landmarks, you can also tell stories with them, which is what I did here. And I actually took this inspiration from another game. There was actually a game that I got promoted, which had this sort of similar setup. They had this little open foresty section with a house at the end. And I basically just went, you know what, that's really cool. I like the setup. Copy and paste. Well, I'll give it my own flair, obviously. So it's not the same. The game's, by the way, called Abbey or something. I actually forgot what it's called. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But anyway, what is Abbey or something? I can't actually remember. Anyway, back to level design. So landmarks are fantastic. And where I was going with this was because of the natural curve and the way that I created this terrain, there's only one way you can go. And that sort of, at the end of the day, was the goal, was trying to get players to go the one direction. And also, while it happens, spooky stuff occurs. And I think, too, when you get to a certain point, there's also a trigger that appears. I have too many objects. Don't look at my organization here on the hierarchy, all right? This is bad. This is not good. This is not organized. So just ignore that. Ignore this. Teleport locations. Stop you looking. Culling. Culling, was it? No, it was... turn on ending. Ah, here we go. Stop people from going backwards. That was what I called this object. Anyway. Backwards wall. So, here we go. So, if you've played the game, and if you're going to play the game, I'm going to break something for you. I'm going to break an illusion. As you walk through a level, you hear this sort of child chuckle. You hear this child chuckle sound effect. What that is it's my way of disguising an object just randomly manifesting itself into existence. Because you can imagine, it takes you out of the immersion if you just see objects pop in. It's very distracting. It's just not nice. It's not good. And there's one thing I learned when I was studying my sound, was that if you just put a sound effect on an object when it appears, people don't question it. They don't think about it. Because they see the object appear, but it plays a sound effect, and the sound effect is usually associated with the object, and so you just roll with it. You don't think about it. Simple. It's a simple hack. And so basically, if you're playing through the game at any point and you hear a child chuckle, that's because something has happened. Either an object is loaded in, just popped into existence like this, literally just like that, or you've been teleported somewhere. And it was basically my way of disguising the fact that something random has happened. And sure enough, if we load into the level, so let me load you into the level. I'll keep it as is, as we can see here. Unity.
This.
Hey, we're in. Wow, this is really trippy. This is really fucking trippy. Anyway.
So, why don't we look into that?
By the way,
explain to me what they said and what they did?
Okay. Not sure if you heard that audio, but let me just mute the jazz. So, watch this. That's what's happening. So, I've got a bunch of these triggers set out throughout the entire level, which do this kind of thing. And it's just trying to be efficient, but also incredibly lazy. There were plenty of other ways I could have done this, but this is the easiest solution. And all it is just an invisible trigger, which is just, if you don't know, triggers in games are essentially what make up a game. 90% of games, or 99% of games that you play, you walk through basically these invisible boxes which activate an event. Either it be a sound effect, an object appearing into existence, or a cutscene playing, whatever it is, it all is powered by triggers, invisible boxes, which has a code or script attached to them. And you can get the script to do whatever you want when the player collides with a box, or in this case, a trigger. And triggers don't have to be boxes. They could be cylinders, they can be spheres, they can be any 3D object. Any 3D object, like, let's have a look. Cube, sphere, capsule, cylinder, plane, or a quad can all be triggers. Usually, though, you use a cube because you want to create a nice big enough space so players can't actually accidentally walk through the trigger without activating it. And that's why we use cubes. Anyway. And basically, with these triggers, any game that you play, stuff happens. And it's just a very cool way and a very easy way to just make stuff happen without the player realizing. And you'll start to notice this when you play games from now on. I've broken the illusion of what happens in games design. I've broken it. I've broken the fact that when you walk through a door, there's an invisible trigger, which once you cross it, gets the big scary monster to come down and eat you. It's a trigger. That's how it works. You push a button, trigger. You push the button, game does something. The game knows that you've pushed the trigger, so it does something. So now you're going to see it everywhere. Every game you play, you're going to see it ever happen everywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be an invisible object. It can be an event. Kill this wave of enemies. You've done that. Fantastic. Here's another wave of enemies. Right? Like, you're going to see it everywhere. More common in single-player games. So if you play lots of single-player games and you're walking through a tutorial level or whatnot, triggers. Triggers, triggers, triggers. So I've broken that illusion for you. But the reason I bring it up is because if you played the game, you notice this level is quite big. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of environment, a lot of geometry to this thing. And the problem with that is that if I load everything in, so let's do that from the start. First section, mid-section, last section, right? Load all of the geometry into this game, into this level, right? And again, I'm going to turn off my camera here for a second. So let's go ahead and do that.
This
right?
Forest. You mentioned
Okay.
being bullied.
All the geometry is turned on
whilst
as
in
we speak.
school. So, why don't
I'm going to turn the audio down. There we go. That way it's not distracting. So as we can see, you can't see anything, right? You can't see anything. But if I open up these stats, we can see what the game is doing. The game is drawing 4 million tries and 2.5 million verts, which for the non-3D viewers, basically, it's a lot of freaking stuff, a lot of shit that your GPU is having to render. And this is a problem, especially on lower-end GPUs or computers, because this is how you get frame drops. So right now, my computer is comfortably rendering all of this at 333 frames a second, which is fantastic. But when I tested this game on a laptop, this level came to a crawl. This was like 10 frames a second because of how many tries and verts are being rendered all at once, which is not good. So it's bad. It's bad. And the only reason it's so many verts and so many, tries is because just the way that these 3D models that I was using, they're big objects. They've got lots of polygons. They're weird shapes. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. And a way to get around this was to add in this effect, which is very common, called culling. And you can actually see it here too. This is the mesh, by the way, of each of these rocks, and it's quite complicated, and it has to be because this function here, when I applied the outline shader from before onto these objects, the outline shader didn't work, and so by calculating and generating smooth normals, it basically just breaks this object into simple polygons, as you can see here, three-sided polygons, which then the outline shader could comfortably work in. Anyway, I digress. So there's a lot of stuff for the computer to render. So using these triggers, I basically just mask off sections of this level. But I do so in a way, you can see when I turn off that, you can see it's gone down to 1 mil. We've gone from 4 million tries to 1.4. Pretty good. And thankfully, this was more than enough to get most PCs, even my really shitty laptop that I was testing with, to... to actually work without it clunking to a halt. So now that we've got this going, I'm just going to turn that off and put myself back on screen. Hello. We're back. Oh, I also muted my jazz. Whoops, sorry. Using jazz. I'm such a professional. Anyway. And so as you walk through the level, there's these triggers that actually load in parts of the level. And I just thought it'd be cool to show this off and talk about it a little bit. I'm coming up with this stuff on the fly, so bear with me if I'm jumping all over the place. But basically, if you go into each section, you can see that this section's not loaded. And this section's not loaded. In fact, people who tested this game had some issues because of the fact that these triggers that I'm using were quite thin. So I've got to find where these triggers actually happen. Culling. Oh, never mind. Okay. Loading first zone, loading the next zone, loading the last zone, which is these triggers here. You can see these here. These triggers here. Right. And actually, in fact, what I can do is I can give the player God mode. So let's do that. I can give player 20 speed. So watch this. This is the player now becoming a rocket ship. Whee! Man, I'm running at the speed of sound. This is what I'm doing. I'm running at the speed of sound. Trigger, played a sound effect. Not sure if you noticed that. Whee! So we saw what the level looks like from the outside, right? But, here we go. We're here now. Hello, spiders. So I'm just going to do this. Turn the player speed back down to 6 because we don't need it to go so fast. Actually, you probably can't hear the... No, you probably can't hear the audio because I've turned it down. All right, have a look there. You see it on the left, midsection popped up because now... Oh, damn! Where did these guys come from? So this is sort of my way of managing memory, if that makes sense. Managing your draw distance because generally speaking, and again, this is another level design trick that you're going to notice everywhere now. I'm breaking games for you. Whenever you can't see an object, you apply this logic, this culling logic. It's where you I'm losing my mind. It's where you don't draw objects. Because if you can't see it, there's no point wasting GPU. There's no point wasting the resources on someone's computer or console or whatever drawing an object that they can't see. So you turn it off, and this is what it's all. This is all that's happening, and the reason we do this is for optimization, and it's a pretty cool technique that a lot of people don't know about. So I'm sort of trying to bring light to this topic. I'm trying to make it interesting to you all so you all can understand what's going on. And also, let me bring up my YouTube chat again. Cool. Again, none of this was here. This was not here. We saw nothing was here, right? But also, again, we got another creepy sound effect. You probably couldn't hear it because I've turned the audio down here. Again, there is audio playing in the game. I don't want to spoil it, though. I'm not trying to spoil it. I want to keep it a secret so that you can play the game yourself. But, again, keep an eye out for the audio if you play this game. Oh, God. I'm burping. By the way, look at this. Look at the spiders. They're all chilling. This was actually a lot of fun. And I've actually got a good story about this level. This level was such a pain in the ass. It was so hard to design this level because I wanted it to feel overrun with spiders. But remember that performance thing that I was talking about? Yeah. It's pretty hard to make this cave feel like it's overrun with spiders. So I've used a bunch of clever techniques. Well, not techniques, but very clever object placement, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But I more or less wanted to show off some triggers and stuff. So that's pretty much all I will really talk about here, about triggers. And also give you another quick look. Again, there's this black cube over here, these black squares. I'll get to those in a minute. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. But with these spiders, again, I wanted the level to feel overrun. So what I actually did, and if we have a look from the outside, you can see, we can see that there's some very clever object placement going on. And the main reason for this is that if we come in here and we start turning off objects, it looks like when you're in the game, and we just saw it then, it looks like that when the player's in the game and you're looking up from within the level, it looks like you're walking through a giant cave. You are walking through this massive cave. I've lost where the level goes. Yeah, you're walking through this giant cave and it looks very daunting. That's just some rocks being placed in the way. And there's only a handful of rocks. Above the ceiling is actually just a handful of these big rocks that I just oversized. I scaled up quite large and I just turned them off. And if you turn it off, you can now start to see things the illusion's starting to break a little bit. So, organize some low poly spiders. I mean, we could have for sure, but you know, time constraints. And I didn't really want to. It was honestly fine. I made it work. It's fine. But yes, in hindsight, yeah, it would have been. I should have probably asked for some 3D low poly spiders. But anyway, I mean, they're still fairly low poly anyway. Like from memory, they're not super crazy anyway. It was just a lot. I just wanted to use a lot of them. So I think it was fine either way. But you can see actually that a lot of the darkness and a lot of the fact that the cave itself is actually just a black void, which is doing 90% of the work. So you can see when I remove all of those ceilings, basically, with the black void, it looks like the cave goes on forever, but you can clearly see where it stops. Like, you don't sort of get that claustrophobic feeling. And so that's why, in this level, there are a bunch of those ceiling rocks to sort of drive home the fact that you are walking through a cave, where in reality, all you're doing is you're just moving from the forest level, which is up here, down a very cheekily placed cylinder all the way down into a lower part of the cave, right? That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing, right? And so I'm just masking that transition with literally a cylinder. That's all you're walking down. And you might notice too, you can't actually see the forest from this angle. And that's because I've put a big black wall in the way. I've done everything in my power to sort of not ruin the illusion. Because I wanted it to feel like you were digging into the ground. You were going into the ground. And you technically are, except you're not. It's just, you're literally just walking into a brand new, clear 3D space. And I didn't want the illusion to be broken. We do a lot. Level designers and artists, we do a lot to make sure you can't see beyond the boundaries of the game. For very good reason. Takes you out of the immersion. It's very distracting. Really annoying. And, well, a few of them would be fine, but if you have 50 of them in one set, yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like, and again, I'm going to get to the fact, the spider story as well, because, again, originally, wait, let me make sure I've finished everything I wanted to talk about here with the level. Yeah, I think I did. I think that all makes sense. I like that. That makes all sense. It has made sense and it's all nice. But yes, again, I'm sort of showcasing off a little bit of the behind the scenes so you can see what's going on under the hood. And it's all very simple. It's all very simple geometry that I've just strategically placed in a way where it looks like you're in a big open cave when in reality you're just in a very small area with a black void over the top. So you sort of get that illusion. It's all about creating an illusion, which is all game design is at the end of the day. But I'll get onto this the spider story. But first, drink break. I need a quick breather of water. QR code's there, by the way. Scan it. Scan it. Click the links on there. Trust me, you're not going to be disappointed. Come join the Discord server. Join the Discord server. Please do that. That'd be great. It's still not working, though. I've still got to set up a few things with the server, so you got to bear with me while I set up that stuff. Anyway, spider story time. And also, before I do spider story time, let me just make sure YouTube is still going good. YouTube is still going good. Excellent connection. Sweet. That's good. That's actually good. I'm glad. I honestly had no idea if my internet could hold up. Multi-streaming. And actually, too, let me check Twitch as well, just to make sure Twitch isn't yelling at me. We're good? Excellent. Twitch says it's excellent, so we're cooking. We're fantastic. Lovely. All right. What am I doing? Back to OBS, and again, I'll get my shit organized. Hopefully later this week before I stream again. Again, I'm going to be trying to do early morning streams so that way people on their way to work can tune in and have some fun. Yeah. Anyway. So, where was I going? Spider story. Spiders, yes. Okay. Now that I've talked about this level enough and shown it off enough, and you've learned a few things, level design, again, things to take away. Landmarks. A key if you're making a linear game so that players don't get confused when they're walking around. And also triggers. Now that I've told you about triggers and pointed them out, you're going to see them everywhere. Any game you play, you're going to see them. I've ruined game design. I've ruined it for you. I've ruined the game illusion. So now, you trust me, you're going to hate me. You're going to hate me now because you're just going to see them everywhere. Like, you're going to walk through a door, something happens. You go, oh, that was a trigger. I'm sorry. Anyway, but also not sorry because it's very educational. And that's, it's fun to talk about because, again, a lot of people know about this stuff. So that's what I'm here for. I'm here to educate. Anyway, so we're cooking off, and with the spider level, I actually originally wanted to just have one spider. This is going to lead back onto the low poly stuff that we were just talking about before. And this was a last minute thing. I can't stress this enough. Having a spider cave overrun was a last minute thing. I did not, in my infinite wisdom, in my plan that I did not have spider cave like overwritten with spiders in it. That was not in my original vision, my original plan. It was just originally have one giant spider that was essentially terrorizing you as you walk through the level. And the spider cave was the level that went through the most changes. There was, I think, 3 different versions of this level that I made, and this is the final one. But there was another version which I'll load up after. So we're going to circle back. We're going to go on a journey, but I want to show off the game first before I go and do that. But yes, originally it was meant to be one spider that terrorized you. And I still have the alpha, so we'll load up the alpha too later. And we'll play through that because that's actually got a lot of interesting stuff. And where was I going with that? Low spiders, low poly spiders. Also, we got Jazz. Yeah, we got Jazz. Good. Low poly spiders. And yeah, wasn't my original vision. But I'll circle around back to it. We'll come back to it. I'll show off the alpha footage first and we'll come back to it. Anyway. Anything else? Oh, yes. Actually, one last thing before oh wait, two more things. Two more things. So again, I'm not going to spoil too much, but just know that at some point in this level, I'm not going to tell you when, because you're going to have to go play the game, you get teleported to a house, aka the house you see at the start of the game, right? And so you think to yourself, when you play the game, I saw this house, I could see into the window, so it must be the same house. This is where I teleport to. This is where I teleport to. See, you can see the whole environment is in here. But that's not true. Because in this little black cube over here, there's a bigger version of the same house. And sure enough, we fly into the room. Oh, it's the same room. So even though there was a landmark with the house up on the top of the forest, which you think is the same, it's not. And I wanted to just quickly point this out because I thought it was pretty cool that rather than teleporting you back to the main house, you get teleported to this house. The only reason I do that is because of this thing here. So you can also see what I've done with the trees as well. So from within the house, you can't actually see too much from these windows, right? You can just see a tree there and you can barely see some trees there, right? But the whole idea was to give you the illusion that you were back in the forest when you're not. And the only reason this is here is because of how I deal with the final cinematic that takes place in this level. The hill at the top, long story short, if we go back to the foresty bit, there's a lot of objects here. There's a lot of things that I have to turn off in order to make the final cutscene work. So rather than doing all that crap, just have a separate void that you take the player to, and then I can basically, in this black void, giant black void, I can just do whatever I want. And that is how the final cutscene works. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to show it. I want you to play the game. Go play the game so you can experience it for yourself. But just know that when you play and you get to that scene, this is what's happening. You've been taken from the cave and teleported to a secondary house, which looks like you're going back to the first house. All wizardry. It's all game design text. Not text, but that's the word. All game design tricks. Like, that's all it is at the end of the day. So I just thought that was cool to point out. Now, I know you've all been asking, what's this thing? I can see it. I can hear it. I can hear it. I don't even have to, like, we've got a handful of people watching, which is fantastic. Mostly, which is fine. I don't mind. This is more of a test stream. I wanted to make sure this is working. But even with people watching online after this goes live, after this gets put onto online, I can hear you asking, what's this here? This is no relation to the story. This is nothing. This is just some random ass black cubes floating in the sky. What's going on here? Well, that's going to be another interesting topic, which is transitions. Loading. How do you load a level? Traditionally, you use a loading screen. You put, basically, again, you get to a trigger, push a button, open a door, whatever. You push a trigger, which tells the game, load the next level. And the reason we put up a loading screen is because the game has to stop rendering to go and get the data that it needs to load the next level. And so by putting up a loading screen, you're essentially masking the transition period. And because AAA games are quite large, it takes a while to load in lots of stuff. That's why when you walk through a door in a role-playing game, the game takes 10,000 years to load, right? Walking into the interior it's quite short. But when you exit, it takes 10 years. That's because the game is loading. It's grabbing all the assets that it needs and it's building the environment, basically. And when the game is loading, you cannot do anything. The game cannot do anything. You cannot play the game while it's loading. You can't do anything. Once the computer has to stop to get rid of all the objects in memory, start loading in new objects, the game can't do anything. Cannot do anything. And as Lord Valderon just pointed out, they are super fucking annoying, right? But they're a necessity, right? They're a necessity, especially if you've got a very visual heavy game, high graphics, 4K resolution, 4K objects. You know, we're talking lots of data that needs to be chucked into your computer's memory. That's also too why you'll hear a lot of people say 16 gigabytes of memory is the minimum nowadays. And it's because of this very reason. Games have gotten so graphically intense, you need data. You need places to store that data. And the only way you can store that data and actually use it in real time is RAM. And if you don't have enough RAM, you're going to struggle loading games because the games aren't going to load and they're going to crash because the game's wanting to load stuff, but it can't because there's not enough memory. It can cause lots of issues. Dark Souls exists. It does indeed. Again, I'll get to it. I'm getting to it. I'm going to get to it. And because of this high graphic fidelity, loading screens are everywhere nowadays. They are everywhere. Which is why, as of recently, well, not recently, it's been going on for a little while, a lot of developers are starting to employ techniques where they basically what's called asynchronous loading, where you can have something going on in the game, but then load other stuff while you're playing the game, which is a fantastic way to eliminate loading screens, which are super annoying because they just take you out of the immersion. They just ruin the game. Because you imagine you're playing it, you're getting so invested in a game, and then a loading screen pops up and you have to stop. You just have to stop playing the game for like 10 seconds or whatever. It's just really annoying. It's really annoying. And so developers we are aware of this and are trying different techniques and different solutions to try and mask this transition. So that way you can keep playing the game for as long as you want, not get taken out of the immersion because of a loading screen. So they are very annoying. And yes, Fallout 4 was an agony. Any Bethesda game suffers from this because they're quite intense games. They've got quite a lot of shit going on. So they're going to have loading screens coming out of their ass. They're just shitting loading screens, right? Bethesda's good at that. Shitting loading screens. That's going to be their motto. Bethesda. We love shitting loading screens, right? And it's because, again, you can't do much. You can't do anything. You need to load the next level, but again, loading screens are just sort of a get out of jail free card, right? And so these cubes are my way of trying to get rid of loading screens to make it a seamless experience from start to finish. And this was my solution. Basically, remember this sort of asynchronous loading thing that I was talking about? Well, in fact, in Unity, in the code, in Visual Studio, there is a function that you can use which basically allows Unity to load a scene whilst it's running another scene. Right? It's very clever. And, oh wait, there's an ad. Oh wait. Just in case, because I don't know. I don't know if it's another ad. I don't know how that works. Oh, man. Man, I could go on all days about loading screens. Quite fascinating. Again, this is shit that I had to learn. This is some stuff that I learned when I was working on the game. A couple more seconds. And again, Twitch is telling me that there's some ads playing. So I'm just waiting for those to finish. Which is good. Give my voice a break. Breathe. Taking a moment here. All right. Okay, we're back. All right, cool. And Oh, now I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Wait, I've got YouTube. Hang on. Let me go back a bit. I can actually listen to it on YouTube. Oh, okay. I was talking about the code. Yep. Yeah, okay. I know exactly what I was talking about. Okay. Yeah, okay. I know exactly what I'm at. I know exactly where I am. Yes, so asynchronous loading, which is, again, a technique you can use to load up a level whilst Unity is running another level, which is fantastic, right? And now you might be asking, why don't more developers use it? Simple answer is this. Game's running. You got one scene running. You got it loaded into RAM. You've got it loaded, ready to go. You're playing in the game. Lots of graphical assets. Again, to switch between the levels, you have to stop the game. The game has to stop, and you still have to transition. The game stops. You cannot, to switch a level, you cannot load two different scenes, which is usually how most games are built. You cannot load two different scenes and have basically the game just fade into the second scene. You just can't do that through conventional means, right? You just can't do that. So even with this asynchronous loading, which is fantastic, is still a cut. And you will notice that too. Because there's no way you can get two different scenes, two different levels to just sort of fade into each other. It doesn't exist. That can't happen. The computer can't do that. The computer just cannot do that. So this is where you invent little techniques. And this is one of them. Most commonly, especially in video games, I could probably try and get an example up, actually. Let me see if I can. Oh, I don't want to load. Oh, but loading stuff on YouTube, it might flag some YouTube stuff. Do I have any footage? I might have some footage on my hard drive. I'll see if I can find something of a game that I played where this is happening in action. Dark Souls is known for this. Actually, no, I could just probably explain it. So, again, because of this level loading, this level transition thing, right? Asynchronous is fantastic. That's a good step. But again, how do we eliminate that sort of freezing of the game? How do we stop that? And the easiest way to do it is to basically either A, create one giant level where you load in all the different bits and bobs, or you just do what I did and create this sort of little black void, this fake black void. Because in the previous level to this one, which is Safe Space 1. Don't save. Right? Which is this level here, right? Again, I won't spoil the level too much. You're going to have to play the game to find out. But under this level, oh, what's that? It's another black void. And sure enough, I think you can see where this is going. So my way of dealing with the fact that I've got all of these separate levels, and again, the game stops, it freezes, all right, which I didn't like. I didn't like how it did that. Hated that. This is my solution to that problem. And basically what happens is you walk in to a trigger, which if I come up to it carefully, there's a trigger. Triggers. Remember what I was talking about? On this door, is it the door? No, there's another trigger, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, it is the door. Okay, it is the door. And all this is doing, it's turning off this floor object, which then drops you into this black void, right? Drops you into this thing, which is just a cube. All it is. It's just a cube. Right? It's just a cube. That's all it is. You can see it here. You can see all the cubes outlined, right? It's just a cube that you fall into. And notice how it's all black? How does the first level start? It starts... Hang on. It starts with... You guessed it. A black cube. So, my way of dealing with this problem was to basically put you in a void, which is just one solid color, fade out the audio. That way, I could then level switch without you knowing. And that was my way of preventing loading screens, of having to not put up a loading screen, to not take you out of the immersion. That was my solution. And I do this everywhere in the game. I have this thing called a fade to black. So I put up a black void. Either you get dropped into a void, or you get dropped, or you get on the actual UI. I put on a giant rectangle, which covers the screen in darkness in black, to where I then do the level switch. And again, it's just to help with the immersion value, because loading screens are really annoying. And what would it look like if we loaded a level without hiding it? It's a good question, because let's do it. Let's turn all this off. I'll turn all of that off. I'm going to leave on the starting roof and turn you on. All right. I'll put this back to normal. So I'm going to put this whole thing back to normal. There we go. Put this whole thing back to normal, because I'll show you what it looks like when this happens, right? Which is a good segue. Because another thing too with these black voids is that, especially one with the fade to black, it still can be quite obvious, because suddenly there's a black wall on your face, right? Which happens a few times throughout the game. And again, that can act as a loading screen, but it technically is, but it's not. It's just my way of basically freezing the player in place, so that I can play audio. And once that audio finishes, it then transitions. And that's just how I set up these levels. This script. So let's do this quickly. So the player. I'm going to move you into the doorway. Again, I'm the developer. I've got God mode. I can do whatever I want. So I've removed the walls from the last level, right? I've removed that black cube from the last level, right? And so you'll see exactly what's going on here. It's not behind the door. I thought it was behind the door. Oh, it is behind the door. Okay. I tricked myself out. All right, okay. You can see the dialogue's playing, right? You can see the subtitles there, right? And I'm going to talk about the voice actor soon, all right? I'm going to talk about her soon. I'll talk about her a little bit later. All right, so we walk up to the door. This happens, right? We're in the black cube. Remember, we're in a black void. We're just in a black cube, right? You can actually still walk around. People think you can't walk around. You can absolutely still walk around. That's what happens. That's what it looks like. The game stopped for a brief second to load this level. And without the cubes there, you could see that transition. You could see it was a cut. It happened quite quickly. That's what happens. That's what it looks like. Again, I'll show you again. Just in case you missed it the first time, right? Because I was too busy talking. I'm sorry. So let's walk into this object again. Again, we drop down into this black cube. When this dialogue finishes, get ready. Watch the switch. Bang. That's the switch. And again, the game had to stop. It had to stop loading. It had to stop rendering. It had to stop computing to switch to this next level, right? I'm not doing any asynchronous loading. I'm just loading the level when the dialogue finishes. So that's why there's a little bit of a longer delay. But you can see that the level does indeed stop. The game stops. But how do I mask it? There's no audio playing. That's always a big giveaway that something's happening. Because if audio is playing and then suddenly stops, that's how you know when the game is loading. Because you can get away with visual stuff all the time. The black void, really easy to do. But audio, that's really hard to fake. You cannot suddenly cut out an audio source and people not notice. That just does not happen. And so that's why I purposely fade out the audio when you go through and land into a black void. And yeah, exactly. I did actually miss it the first time. It happened quite quickly. I'm sorry. I was talking too much. And again, back on the topic of loading screens, this was my solution to that problem. To circle back around to the start of this. Those 4 black cubes that you saw in the spider level is my solution to the problem about loading screens and how annoying they can be. And I think we all can agree they're just really annoying. They're just frustrating. They're just annoying. Like there's no other way to like describe it. They're just annoying. They're just annoying. Where's the level? Oh yeah, lovely. Or transition, I should say. Hey, Skyrule, welcome in. I've been good. We're just talking about my video game, which, again, if you haven't... check it out. Fear is in the Mind. On Steam. This is where I've been. This is where I've been doing the last 2 years. I apologize. I apologize for my absence from Steam forever. I'm glad to see your face pop in. Thank you. But yes, Fear is in the Mind. Check it out. I don't know. It's $10 Australian, $7 US. I don't know where you're situated right now. So just check the pricing on this Steam. But check it out. Buy the game. But I'm just talking about it today, and I briefly mentioned stuff at the start. So we're talking game design. I'm trying to educate game design. And I'll continue with the next topic of discussion. So we're talking about loading screens, transitions, okay? Talking about transitions. And I think the next good segue into this is... I don't know. I actually don't know what to segue into. What are you guys interested in? I've talked about level design. I've talked about transitions. I've talked about 3D modeling to an extent. Funhouse? What's in the Funhouse? Oh, alpha content. Yes. I'll show that off in a second. But actually, let me just quickly show you some of the other levels. So, but I hope you've been well, Skyrule. I hope you've been well. Welcome in. I'm slowly getting back into it. I'm going to start doing some gaming streams as well, by the way, just as a quick tangent. It was a quick tangent, by the way. I'm going to get back into gaming. I'm going to start playing some Sekiro and Elden Ring. They're going to be my next two big ones, but I'm just for the time being doing a test stream, getting everything working. But I'm glad to see you around again. I'm glad to, it'll be good to catch up. But what made me decide on these levels? Okay. It's a good question because what's the word? There's a lot of decisions. There's a lot of decisions that made me decide on these levels. Usual routine of school, games, and sleep. Yeah, nice. It's the way to do it. Like I said, you'll be making games in no time. You'll watch a couple of my development streams and you'll be like, damn, I want to make games. Like this QR code right here, by the way. Not sure if you noticed that. QR code. Scan that. That's basically just got some links. It's got a link to the game. It's got a link to the Discord server. I've started my own company, by the way. Rebranding of the channel. Wrong Way Games. So, my new video game studio. So, this is my way of getting back into it. But yes, Sekiro, indeed. But decisions on this level, yes. Okay. So, that would require me to talk a little bit about the story, which actually is probably not a bad segue, because I've talked about a lot of design things, which is good. Story. I'm trying to think where I can go with this. Try not to spoil it too much. Sarah, yep. Talk about Sarah. We can talk about Sarah. Because again, that wasn't a name that I just pulled randomly. By the way, just in case any of you are wondering, I just randomly pulled that name, Sarah, which is the main character in the game, by the way. Yeah, you're curious what channel this was? Yeah. This has been rebranded to Wrong Way Games. Level Graph Design has been rebranded. Yes, it has been rebranded to Wrong Way Games. So you're now part of the game development studio community, I guess. So big reason why I'm doing this test stream is to test multi-streaming. I'm also streaming to YouTube as well. Just trying to practice that, get that going. And it's been good so far. It's been good. But yeah, Sarah is actually one of the main characters, is the character in the game. And a lot of these levels, they're not based off any sort of personal experiences. Like, I've never been in a spider cave. I've never been in a haunted fun house level. I've never been stranded in an office block. It's very much just sort of a way for me to tell this story of someone who's experienced all of these different traumatic events and is sort of trying to get over them, if that makes sense. It's very much a mental health type game. It's all about trying to paint a picture about how serious it can be, right? Do spider caves exist? They probably do. I'm sure there's probably some around. I mean, they're maybe not like your traditional big caves, with big spiders and stuff. They're probably little underground burrows or something. I don't know. I don't know my spider lore. I don't know. My spider lore is quite small. But yeah, with the story and with these levels, it was all sort of trying to tell the story in the best possible way and having sort of distinct areas to sort of simulate different parts of life. And I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I just think they're cool. I just think spiders are neat. I just haven't done my research into them. Not done my research into them. So, I mean, it'd be cool if a spider cave exists, but I definitely wouldn't want to be part of one. But this is essentially the funhouse level. So this is the third level in the game, and this is sort of the turning point in the story. Again, don't want to spoil the story too much, but I figured that a lot of these levels, the best way to tell this story, which went through like 4 different revisions. I wrote this story like 4 times from start to finish, right? 4 times I rewrote the story. And I wanted there to be an area where it depicted someone descending into madness. And what a better way to descend into madness than to simulate that you're being in part of a haunted asylum. The very common way that people who had mental health disabilities back in the early 30s and 40s, they were basically chucked into a hospital. And obviously, there are a lot of horror stories that are associated with mental hospitals. And that was sort of the driving focus behind this level. And most clown stories, like the Joker, think of the Joker, think of very dark humor clowns, is often because they've so traumatized from events that have happened. Creepy clowns, at least, by the way. Normal clowns are fine, but creepy clowns, because they're so traumatized by stuff, they often descend into madness and they cause all this crazy chaos. And so that is what the basis of this level is about. It's trying to tell that sort of narrative of someone who has descended to madness and is now looking for ways to basically have fun ending their life. It's very tragic. It's an adult theme for sure. Very adult heavy. And again, the story went through like 4 different changes. It was a lot of work. And that was sort of the big reason behind this level in particular. And again, lots of tricks were used here, especially with triggers. So where are my triggers? This is sort of the level in its entirety, and you sort of transition between different spots. So when you play the game, you will basically start in this little zone here. And again, I'm trying to use the 3D environment, level design, pardon me, to tell the story. And before I zoom off to the next sort of zone, oop, hang on, I lost it. There we go. Yeah, all crowns are creepy. They can be creepy. They're definitely not ideal. If I'm being honest. And hang on, let me just quickly do that. There we go. Cool. Yeah, that's nice. That's good. I'm just double checking stuff. Don't mind me. Just making sure YouTube is still going strong. Fantastic. It's easy VODs. Like, I don't have to worry about it. Don't have to re-upload the thing. Where was I going with the story? I was talking about the story. Yes, but essentially this level is based around the fact that clowns descend, usually depicted in horror movies and horror films, of descended into madness because of traumatic events. And that was indeed the basis for this level. And it was trying to sort of paint this picture that Sarah, who's our main character, has descended into this interesting way of life and is trying desperately to Well, I don't want to spoil it. I'll leave that bit out. I don't want to spoil it. So it ultimately culminates in this sort of little zone here, which again, another transition. Rather than like trying to build the level into one giant zone and then like trying to carefully be a smart designer, just create another zone and just teleport the player there. That's how it works in game design. We're lazy, all right? We just, what we do, we just add a new zone in. It's fine. It takes 2 seconds. And so this is what the ending scene looks like. You get taken to this. And this is specifically the spider level, the funhouse level, office block level. We'll get to that. I'll touch on that one story-wise in a second. But I'll quickly wrap back around to what we were talking about before with transitions, level design, not transitions, loading screens. This level doesn't have that, where you don't drop into a black void in this level. You actually just get a black rectangle put over the screen like this, right? It just covers your screen. And again, audio, when you hear it cut off, you know it's in transitioning to the next level. So every time this screen appears, this isn't a void. This is just a black box, a black square that gets drawn on top of the screen. I only have dialogue playing, and once the dialogue finishes, because it's stopped playing, it masks that transition. So even though I've got this sort of black void where the player spawns in, it's just sort of another way of dealing with the fact that I didn't want any loading screens. And so I just wanted to bring that up quickly, in that not every level ends in a black void, just a handful of levels end in a black void. But generally speaking, when I try to teleport the player from one location to the next, I do in a void, because it ruins the illusion to suddenly see your environment change. Unless there's some crazy effect that happens over the top, it's very jarring. And so I just wanted to bring that up quickly, because we can go back into the office block, which is another level, which has got a lot to talk about here, actually. This is another level that's got quite a bit of lore attached to it. And I don't want to spoil it too much. It's hard to talk about it without spoiling the game too much. But essentially, there's a timer in this level that's ticking down, and you've got to beat the level before the timer runs out, right? But the cool thing about that timer is that it's actually just an illusion. Because even though there is technically a timer that's ticking down, it's actually controlled by me. And this whole level is sort of the first depiction of what happens when someone is pushed to their limit, that they just sort of lose control. And that often happens in office blocks, because you're just so, it's just so repetitive, because you're just going in, day out, doing the same thing over and over and over again. You lose your mind. And that is the basis for this level. Losing your mind over the fact that you're just repeating the same thing over and over again. Living with that traumatic events that happened to you when you were younger, as we talked about in the spider cave. So you're exploring the spider cave, because as a kid, you're not necessarily exploring a spider cave. Where are you as a kid? You're in school. What happens in school? Sakura, Skaru, I'm just going to call you Sky. What? And I'm sure Sky can back us up here. What do you do in school? What do you learn? What do you do? You learn stuff, right? You learn stuff in school. And this level is sort of my way of trying to depict school in a very traumatic and interesting and dark way. Because I'll be honest, the school idea came at the last minute. It came at the last minute, but I didn't have time to remake the level with school assets. So I just sort of stuck to the spider cave, which is the whole point, which is why the story I rewrote the story 4 times. But anyway, this level is a sort of a loose depiction of school, and it's showcasing the start of someone's descent into madness. Sarah's descent into madness, I should be specific. And in between each of these different levels, we've got this sort of like hub level, which is the safe space. And again, story-wise, you sort of learn very quickly that this is indeed a safe space where you can just sort of explore, notice the white color sky, the white color scheme, nice bright, because it's a safe space. And there's not much to see or do. It's just a safe space. And so having these safe spaces was sort of my way as a designer, giving you, the player, a chance to rest, a chance to just relax, wind after you've just seen some really intense stuff. Mind you, it's not super intense, the game. I've kept it quite tame. It's more atmospheric. But it's my way of just keeping you calm. And what can go wrong? You're in a big white void, barely any, like massive white void that you can just walk around and explore. Nice peaceful music. It just sort of works. And so that was the idea of the safe space, was that you get sent to a level where you would learn a little bit about the character, and get sent back to a safe space where you could relax. You then start the next level again, a new level, learn some more. Come back, learn some more, come back. And that in lies why I decided on all of these different levels. Now, if you're talking about the different themes, like I briefly mentioned, it's, you know, trying to think. I mean, have I explained it well enough? Have I explained it well enough? Does that make sense? Because it's certainly something that I blocked out of my mind. I'll be honest. I wasn't really too in depth with the sort of lore. It just, the ideas for each level sort of came naturally as I was writing the story. And originally, the story was, again, it was rewritten 4 times, but the main basis, the main premise was sort of there. And from start to finish. And oh man, I'm trying my hardest to try and explain it the best way I can without spoiling it. Like, I don't want to spoil it. Like, I'm trying my best. So I think what I'll do, I think I've explained most of the premises. So when you play the game and you walk through each of these different levels, keep that in the back of your mind. So it's descending into madness. This main character, called Sarah, she's descending into madness, right? So keep that in the back of the mind when you're playing the game. But one thing that I did want to talk about was, again, touching on level design. And I feel like it's probably a good time to talk about some design challenges that I actually had making the game. I mean, also too passionate about. Well, I guess this sort of leans into that. Because I was very passionate about making this game fun, but also not confusing. I was very passionate about sort of wanting this game to just be a fun walking experience, which required a lot of design work, and there were quite a few challenges that popped up. And I feel like that's probably a good segue. We've talked about the story a bit, and now we're sort of segueing into design. We're going into my area expertise. And again, at the very end, I'll play the alpha. I think that's what we'll do. Because how long are we going for right now? We've been going for about 2 hours, which has been really 2 hours. Doesn't feel like it's been 2 hours. And I feel like it's a good time to segue into design. But yes, this will sort of lead into passion, right? What I was passionate about with this. But one interesting design problem that popped up was the art style. Now, you might have noticed the game is entirely black and white, minus a few like accented doors and stuff. Whoa, wait, hang on. Hang on. I still forgot I had that. Did that work? Did that work? Oh, no. No. Did that work? Did it? Hey, on the yachts. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, I did not expect my thing to work. I'm so sorry. I did not expect my follow notification to work. That's trippy. Anyway. What was I saying? Yes, design. So, the black and white art style. Problem with black and white art style is because it's 2 colors, it's really hard to see where you need to go. And I actually talked about this in one of the shorts that I just released, right? So I've been doing a lot of YouTube shorts. So if you haven't seen that already, go to the YouTube channel, Wrong Way Games. Again, you can just use the QR code. And you can check out all of the shorts that I've released, which is a heap. I've released a bunch of shorts talking about different design aspects of the game. Because again, that's what I was most passionate about. Making something interesting, making something fun. And getting players to know where to go. Because black and white, it's very easy to get lost because everything is just one color, right? And colors that are the same, they sort of blend into each other. You might notice there's sort of this black path, these black paths right here, and these rails. If I turn all of these off, right, main railing. If I turn all of those off and then get rid of these as well, outside railing actually, I just turn this off. Whoop. Right, turn all of that off, get rid of these. Like so. Right. And I position the camera here. Right. This is a sort of an interesting thing that I never really talked about. All right. If I escape all of that. There we go. Just looking at that, right? And if I turn off the gizmos. Boop. Like, you can't see where the edge of the level is. I mean, you can see it here because of the black wall, right? But if I take these walls and turn them white, so we'll turn, where's the white? Down the bottom. Right? You don't know there's a gap there. You just can't see it. Right? You just can't see it. You can't see it. And this was very much a very interesting design challenge because a lot of the game is built around this sort of... Oh, hang on. We got some Z fighting, as they call it. Z flickering or Z fighting, I think is the usual term. Just put that one. But it's really hard to see sort of gaps and when everything's one solid color. And I can't use outlines because they don't really work on cubes. So I had to get creative with how I set up the levels. And it's definitely not perfect. Yes, there would have been one point where you got a little lost that was finding the blue door in the office level. Yes. The last level. Yeah. That was definitely a little bit, that one. Again, it's not perfect. And if I had more time, I definitely would have tried to make it a lot better. But this was it was just a design problem that I just did not anticipate. Because I sort of thought in my head that if you had enough placed in a way, you could sort of get away with using one color. But it came very apparent very early on that it was very difficult to know where to go. And it was just something you just don't think about. And it wasn't until I put in some railings, like so, and then put in these, what are these, walls? Where is it? Whoa. These bad boys. That sort of helped to alleviate this problem, right? Because now, if I bring the camera back into the same position, you can see there's a clear path ahead. Even though it's sort of cut off, you know that there's sort of a direction to go because the black is contrasting with the white. And so if you follow it, you will see that you get to there. And you can see that there's now a clear gap. And it was just I thought it was fascinating because that's interesting design problem that you just don't think about. And again, passionate about wanting to make sure that I did the very best that I could in allowing and not confusing the player. That was sort of what I was most interested in. And again, it's not 100% perfect, like you said, there's the last level. But again, if I had more time, I would go back and I would make sure that everything was very much more in line. But this was sort of my solution to that, was to just sort of put up objects in the way and really try to use the environment to sort of guide you. And I think out to the end of the day, it works pretty well. But yes, there are some moments where it can be a bit confusing. But I mean, that's the fun. That's the fun of game design. And I just thought that was fun to sort of point out in that when you make a game, there are so many things that you just don't think about, right? There's so much stuff that you just don't think about. Right, and this is one of them. This is one of those things. On the topic of design challenges, I mentioned briefly about the timer, which you can see actually in the distance over here, right? You can see this sort of, that's the timer right there. One thing that I didn't know coming into this was how rendering works with textures. Unity can display a camera texture, but it sort of does it a bit weirdly. I think. Let me try to explain that a bit better. Learning about Unity's UI system. All right, we'll start with that. That will transition nicely. So you might have noticed in each of the levels, there's this giant ass rectangle. This is Unity's way of dealing with UI, right? Most game engines, and this is the part that I don't like about Unity, most other game engines, they have UI set up separately. So you sort of have it's separated as a different, separate entity. And basically, because it's a separate entity, usually a lot of game engines have a separate editor for dealing with UI. And Unity sort of has that. It sort of has this prefab system, which you can sort of like click into, and you can sort of like isolate the object, but it's still very much in the scene. Like this sort of, you can't really get around the fact that it's built into the scene. And it just makes it really difficult to edit. But either way, this is sort of how Unity handles it. So it basically has this canvas mode, which you can see over here on the right. And this is what it's using to sort of, it's just basically an inbuilt function by Unity that draws whatever's in this rectangle on top of the screen, right? And why that's important is because UI, if you want to render stuff, it has to be a game object. You cannot have it separate in any single way, shape, or form. It has to be a game object in the scene. But it has to be a different object. It has to be a UI object, which it's just confusing. It's just confusing. Like all of my problems would be solved if I could just make one screen and a separate editor, and then I can just copy and paste that object around. You sort of can do that, but it's sort of a bit finicky. But the reason I bring this up is because with the timer over here, Unity gets a bit weird when it has to render two different UI objects. And this is all timer is. If you want to display text, in this case, to show a timer, you have to use a canvas. And it just was sort of annoying to set up. And one thing, again, I didn't realize coming into learning Unity was sort of how the UI system works. And so learning about textures and how they can be used to be rendered onto 3D objects was a very interesting design. I did more programming actually. More interesting programming challenge, and I just thought it was just sort of it was sort of a bit unnecessary, if I'm being honest, with how Unity set it all up. But again, I don't make the rules; I just deal with them. So. Again, what this basically is, to break the illusion a little bit, is that this is just a 3D object with the material using a UI object. This UI object is programmed to count down from a set value, and there's a camera pointed at this texture, or this UI object. And it's that camera which is rendering this UI object onto this object. Not confusing in any single way or shape or form. And when I was learning how this all worked, there were so many issues with the fact that I just didn't know how to render it properly. And it wasn't until I just kept watching YouTube content after YouTube videos that I slowly started to understand, you can't render a texture directly onto an object. It has to be a material. It can't be a UI element. Like, it can't be a straight UI element because that's rendered on top of the game. Which is what I wanted it. I wanted it to be rendered just straight onto a game object, but it can't do that. You can't render a UI object, which is technically a game object inside the game scene, to a 3D object. It's just really confusing, and it's really hard to explain. But it's just the way Unity's programmed, and learning about UI grew my passion and my respect for UI programmers, because learning to code this thing was sort of, oh my god, it was a nightmare, man. Oh, see you, Prometheus chap. Have a good night, sir. Have a good night. Have a very good night. Just as a quick interlude, I missed that message. Hopefully it wasn't too long ago. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because it was just sort of rendering this texture, this timer texture, was really hard because I had no idea what I was doing, especially with the UI system. And now you know, like anything with Unity, it has to be rendered on top of the game scene, which makes sense. But I just wish there was a separate editor, which would have saved a lot of headaches. But to sort of cycle away from that, why don't we have a look at the code which I haven't really touched on, actually. I haven't really touched on the code because there's not really much to say. Like, code is code. Like, it looks confusing. It looks like a mess, but it's honestly not. And part of the code for this script, which I thought would be interesting to talk about quickly while we're on the subject of the timer, is once it loads, so give me a second. I'm just waiting for it to load. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Hopefully this doesn't crash my computer. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, cool. There it is. That's it. So let's go to, what was it? Timer cutoff? No. These are all my scripts, by the way. just to keep you. This is how many scripts there are for a 1 hour game. This game took me 1 hour to play. It takes you about an hour to play through, and this is how many scripts run this fucking thing. It's nuts. Anyway, I'm a display. This is what I wanted. So basically, all we're doing is we're creating variables and we're displaying that time, right? And we're just updating the text, this UI text, to the same value. Shut up, Visual Studio. I know there's a new update. To the new values, right? So we're just taking the current time, which is this value up here. Where is it? Taking this value, which is a float, and then we're just basically dividing it by 60, which is then giving us the time, right? And if I go back to Unity, right, this is what's happening. So when you load up the level, and I've got another ad's popping up in about 57 seconds, so I'll make this quick. We can see that's what the timer's doing, right? It's ticking down. It ticks down forever. It's a global timer that just ticks around in the background. So it actually ticks down. But you can see that because it's a UI element, rendering it onto an object, right? I can't just use, pardon me, I can't just use a second camera, right? I've got to do some trickery with how you take a camera, point it at a UI object, which usually it can't see. You have to tell the canvas to accept a camera to look at it, and then render that texture as a material onto the 3D object. Just was a massive pain in the ass, right? Just massive pain in the ass. Another break starting, so I'll wait. I'll give it a breather. But I'm hopeful I explained that well enough. I'm honestly not too sure if I did explain that well enough. But yeah, long story short, just really annoying. Really annoying. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm just another 1 minute break. This is actually good. I don't mind these breaks. Been talking for a little while, so it's nice to have a little break in between. Good chance to just sort of rest the voice. And maybe I should show off some code, and I think that's what I'll do next. I think we've talked about design enough. A couple of design challenges. There's still heaps of design challenges that I came up with. I think, actually no, before I do that, I'll talk one last thing about the voice, which will be which I also think would be quite interesting. So we'll just give it a second. Let me catch my breath. A couple of seconds left. Okay. Right. So to get back into it again, just to circle around back to the story. I know I'm jumping around a bit. Again, I haven't planned this stream. It was more of a test. I wanted to see how this all went. So bear with me while we jump around everywhere. But going back to the story, there's actually a voice. And the main reason I wanted a voice was I didn't feel like text would suffice. I really wanted there to be a voice that was sort of guiding you through the game. And a good friend of mine, Midnight Monopoly, who is not in chat right now, fantastic streamer. She's a fantastic streamer. And she came in and she actually very generously let me use her voice to create this character. And again, fantastic job. She did an amazing job. And I really wanted a voice because, it added to the experience. It just, having text just wasn't going to cut it. And it just was really nice to have a voice talk to you, which I think a lot of games just don't do. They don't have a voice that just talks to you and sort of like guides you through. A lot of AAA games do, and it has to be done right. You can't sort of cheat it a little bit. But I just thought it was interesting to just sort of, again, another design challenge to what's the best way I can tell this story. And voice acting sort of came the thing. But naturally, I just needed to find someone. Again, Midnight Monopoly, she was fantastic. And she did a great job of providing a good voice. So I just wanted to bring that up as a quick segue into coding. Yeah, let's talk a little bit coding. I'll show a little bit of coding, and then I think we'll load up the alpha. How long are we going? 2.5 hours. We're coming up to about 11:30, so I reckon we'll go for another good half an hour. I reckon. Well, then we'll finish up. But I think this is a good segue into coding, which is, again, there's too many scripts in this fucking game, and I'll do my best to show them off. But I think the one that probably is the most interesting is looking at the player. So prepare yourself for this. So this is the entire script for the player. So this is the character controller thing you use. In-game, this is what you're using. This is the whole script, right? This whole massive wall of stuff. A lot of it is me not being very good at programming. I'm still quite a noob when it comes to professional programming. But I just look at this and go, far out, man. How did I manage to just have so much shit going on? And thankfully, how C# works is that it basically, you can create a bunch of different little blocks of code, which you can just call whenever you need to. And looking at all of this, it's a lot. But if we just break it down, everything is literally just blocks of code which get called at different times depending on what's happening in the game, right? So for example, when you push one of the movement keys, it just activates a block of code, which in our case is the onMove event. So we've got this sort of function, this import callbacks context. Again, this is just a Unity thing. I'm not going to worry too much. I'm not going to go into too in depth, but just know that when you push a button, all it's doing is it's reading a value. It's reading what button you've pushed, right? If you push W, it's reading it as a +1. If you push S, it's reading it as a -1. If you push A, it's reading it as a 1, but on the X-axis. And if you read, negative. A is -1. D is 1 on the X-axis, right? And move is Y. And it's then translating that and creating basically your target direction. And so every time you push one of the movement keys, you're calling that block of code, which is storing that value, which is then getting translated into velocity, which is then added to your character, which then makes you move. So even though this whole wall of text, all this code is here, all you really need to do to move a character is to just have these two different blocks that handle the entire movement for the thing. Even though this code is complicated as fuck, It's just 2 blocks of code. And so you can eliminate everything else. You don't need everything else. And when you look at C# code, that's the best way to think about it, is to just look at it from its blocks. These blocks, right? I have this function here. This is another block on sensitivity changed, right? Which is related to camera sensitivity. So if you go to the pause menu, settings menu, and you change the slider for the camera sensitivity, you're calling this function. What are you doing? But I just love using it as like an example of when you have one script that handles a lot of different functions, which is what the player controller is doing, it can get a bit messy, and it can not look so great. It's it's not my most proudest of work, but it works. And at the end of the day, who cares? Who cares? But looking through all of this code, I'm just trying to think if there's anything interesting going on that we can probably talk about. And I don't think there is, because most of the other scripts in the game are pretty similar to each other. They just sort of handle different events. Like this is where is it? This is the script that handles buttons. So you push a button, something happens. This is the script that handles that. And again, it's just blocks of code, right? So when the button is pressed, basically how the button works is when a character, the player has entered a particular zone, we then call this function, on trigger enter, right? Remember that trigger thing I was talking about? Yeah, this is where it comes into play. So you walk into a trigger, and then it activates this block of code, which does this. It just makes sure that the object that has entered this trigger is a player, in which it then waits to see if you push the button to interact with the object. And if it does, then it activates this block of code, which just then says, okay, the player has pressed the button, which then activates this block of code, which then actually triggers the button, right? And so even though this looks super complicated, it's just functions. And this is all programming is. For those who are sort of unaware with how programming works, it's just logical programming. It's just a logic puzzle. Just getting different components to work at particular points. And that's just the essence of programming. So if you've ever had an interest in programming, this is sort of what it looks like, right? It's just blocks of code that just get called when they need to get called. And you're systematically, logically planning it out so that it happens in sequence in a way which is what it gives you the desired result. And it's actually quite fun. It's annoying, especially if you don't know what you're doing, like myself, but it's actually quite fun. It's actually quite therapeutic as well, because it forces you to think. It's basically a puzzle, right? And just looking at all of these different scripts, all this is doing is that it's just different blocks of code being called whenever. And even though it looks complicated, it's just not. It's very simple and it's very straightforward. And a lot of people, they just don't see that side of coding. So I just wanted to point this out, that even though this looks complicated and there's so many scripts, that it's quite easy to sort of get into, because if you have a keen eye for detail, well, not keen eye for detail, but more, you have a really good logical brain, programming is fantastic, because it keeps you active. It keeps your brain ticking over, because you're having to think about a lot of things. And it ultimately is what games are built on, code. So that very nicely leads me back to what I was talking about with design challenges, and that one being, I was limited to what I knew from programming. So I wanted to do a lot of crazy stuff, which I'll talk about in the alpha. We'll go play the alpha now. So I showed you briefly about the code. So let me go ahead and start loading up this alpha. So this is going to take a bit to load. So I'm going to put back to the chill screen. Scan the QR code, by the way. Check out the game. Let's get back into that. So let me close this Unity project and let me load up the other version of Unity. And while we let it load, we can chat some more. Let me turn up the jazz a little bit. There we go. The jazz back. What was it called? That one. All right. This won't take long, hopefully. But yes, I feel like I've covered mostly everything that was interesting about the game. I've showed you some behind the scenes stuff, talked about some design stuff. I feel like I got a bit of content that I can use for some YouTube shorts and some YouTube videos, because that's ultimately what I'm doing at the end of the day. Is I'm going to basically create content, gaming content, but also very much focus it on level design, like, well, not level design, but just game design stuff in general. And I feel like that works. I feel like it's a lot more interesting, because I am going to start working on the next game, which I can't announce just yet because I still don't know 100% what I'm doing. So I've got to make sure I plan it out first before I start announcing and stuff. But that's why I'm trying to get back into streaming again. So for anybody watching the VOD or watching the YouTube video, listening back, this is why I'm back. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. So once people realize who I am because of the rebrand, it will come into play. It will come back into play, I think. I'm confident. I'm excited to get back into it. Okay. It's loaded up. We're good to go. I just want to warn you, it looks completely different to what you might remember. So we're going to get into it. So let's dive straight in. Actually, would it be better to just play the alpha? No, we'll just Unity scene. Here we go. This is it. So this is actually the first level in the game. And this is the kitchen that I was talking about before. There was sort of this kitchen layout here. This level went through so many changes, it's not even funny. So originally, actually, no, not originally. This was meant to be more of a tutorial level, but originally in my script, in the first draft of the story, I wanted this to be a house that you were walking through, and when you got to certain triggers, it would trigger a flashback. Again, going back to the programming thing, my programming skills aren't that fantastic. So at the time, I didn't really know how feasible that was. So very quickly, I got rid of that idea because I was like, actually, I think that might be a bit too complicated for my standing. But anyway, this is an early look at the alpha level, right? This was the tutorial level. And originally, too, I wanted there to be blood on the ground. I wanted there to be you walking through blood, which I ended up not going with for the main reason being I didn't really want to spoil the story. It was a big thing. And it just sort of didn't really work. It was a bit weird. Anyway. Oh, what happened to the world? Oh, there we go. I had to lose my mind. Let me turn that speed down. But originally, too, I'd set up the level to be a lot more open. And with the pickups, be a little bit more sneaky with them. And again, another fantastic design challenge I learned and didn't think about was I wanted to tell a story, but if I was hiding all of the pages needed to tell the story, it sort of defeated the purpose of trying to tell a story. So that was another fun design challenge to be like, hang on, this doesn't make any sense. Why don't I just make finding the notes the main part of the game, but just the story main notes to be just the main stuff, to tell the main bit of the story. If that makes sense. I think I'm losing my mind a bit, if I'll be honest. I'm hoping that makes sense. So, as we play through the alpha, you're going to start to see a lot of that take place, right? And actually, too, I think it would be better if I just play the alpha, which I've got stored somewhere on my hard drive. Give me one quick second while I quickly look for this. Also, let me make sure YouTube chat's good. Where is it? P2. Here we go. Let us create the sequel. Builds. Yes. Oh, we've also got alpha. We want alpha. Pre-alpha too. Oh, fuck. These versions are old. These are old versions. My God. Okay. We're gonna play. Let's play version 1.3. Yeah, because I think that's me fixing a bunch of bugs. All right. No. Bear with me quickly. All right. We're gonna do it. So I'm gonna set up a new scene. Okay. Actually, no. What I'll do, I'll go back to this one. I'll go back to my game scene. Hello. And what we'll do, I'll just add a new game capture. Call it game capture. And we're going to capture Fears in the Mind. So bear with me for a quick second while I fire Fear in Mind up. Turn off the audio there. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Is that going to capture? Nope. All right, capture a specific window. Window, Fears in the Mind. That should work. There it is. Hello. So let me put my camera on top and the QR code on top. Hey, there we go. This is it. This is the alpha. So I want you to just sit back, relax, and you're going to enjoy this. So let me turn up the volume. I feel like I've talked about the game enough. I think it's time we play through the alpha and talk about some very early on design decisions. So I haven't played this alpha in a long time, so I'm gonna play through it, and as I'm playing through it, things are gonna pop into my head, and we're gonna talk about them on the fly. So let's do it. This is gonna make some fantastic YouTube content, right? So basically, the game sort of starts out the same way as it does in the main game, where you wake up in front of a bed, and this is meant to be the main character's room, which we don't know the name of. We don't know who we are yet. Straight away, you can see it's quite barren. It's got nothing in it. It's very old. Here's an old door. This is what the old locked doors looked like, right? And this actually is a fantastic, another design problem that I had was I wanted to, how could I communicate to people that this door you see here is an open door and a locked door? How could I tell people, show people that this was a locked door without specifically telling them that it was a locked door? And one of my answers to that problem was to have these little padlocks. And so just originally, locked doors were just these rectangles with a padlock on it. And it honestly, you know, it did the job, for being honest. But naturally, I couldn't use it in the final game, right? So if you're wondering what these weird door cubes with the locked padlocks on them, that was the original locked door design. And coming up with a solution to that was very interesting because what I ended up doing was taking the doors, but then taking the same door models, but then sort of giving them a base color. So locked doors were the color of the key that is required to open them, whereas open doors were just sort of the default black or white. And that was sort of my answer to that design problem of sort of trying to subtly tell people, hey, this yellow door can only be opened with a yellow key. And so that's why in the tutorial level, you first open the door, but then attempt to open the door. When it doesn't, you turn around and there's a yellow key waiting for you. That's me teaching you that the yellow key opens the yellow door. And that all stemmed from this. Because this is too explicit. This is too annoying. This is like pure game design, like take you out of the immersion type thing, which I was trying to avoid. And so that was my answer to that problem. So, yeah. That's game design, by the way. Learning about this stuff. Now, again, this is the original tutorial level, right? By the way, the outline shader was not present, right? The art style actually for the outline shader didn't come till very late into the game's production. So this is an alpha. I had a rough idea what the game wanted to look like, but I wasn't 100% sure on what I was doing. Wasn't sure if I wanted colors. I wasn't sure if I wanted outlines. I didn't know what I wanted. So if this looks very like shit, that's because it looks very shit. So this is what I was talking about too, by the way. Early notes about the game, which again, you can still walk around, by the way. I was too lazy. I didn't actually do anything like that. But these notes were actually telling the story, these notes, they were hidden. And it just sort of, it sort of ruined the point of exploring these environments because you don't get a lot of context. So having these notes hidden just sort of didn't make a lot of sense. And if we walk towards this first, also notice how giant the crosshair is. Also, there is a pause menu. Oh, there is a sensitivity. Oh, there was. Okay, so I did. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can jump. Originally, you could jump and crouch. By the way. Anyway, I honestly didn't think the pause menu worked. Anyway, so you say you did this, didn't you? So I was trying to go for a little bit more shock value. And so you walk into this. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, hang on. So now dead body and stuff. Looks cool, right? You can crouch and jump. The little crouched icon down there. Fun fact. So again, actually no, not a fun fact, but an interesting, again, another design challenge. I wanted there to be jumping. I wanted there to be crouching. However, the levels that I had built, there was no reason for it. I didn't set up enough jumping puzzles or crouching puzzles to sort of justify having these two mechanics, which, they add a lot of control to the player. They give the player a little bit of control. But if they're not needed, you don't need to have them. And so originally, this is what I wanted to have. I wanted there to be jumping puzzles. But as I wrote the story and the story evolved into its final form, there just wasn't enough. There just was not enough reason to keep jumping and crouching around, which is quite sad because I actually invented a couple of fun in these alphas. Little jumps like this, right? It's another hidden note, right? Oh, yeah, that's another activated story. Oh, right. So you hit E? Okay, there's. But that's. So originally there was crouching and jumping, but because I didn't have there was not enough of a reason to have jumping and crouching in the game because it was sort of just there. I got rid of it in the last minute. So sad to see it go, but again, another interesting design challenge because you want to only have features in your game that are necessary for the game because if you have other stuff that's sort of not relevant, it can kind of muddle what you're trying to get across, the type of game you're trying to get across because you've got all this extra stuff. Oh! Aha, jump scare. Yeah, jump scare. That was my attempt at a jump scare. Well, it worked, actually, somewhat. I mean, I can turn up the volume as well. Notice how there's no audio? There's no music? That's on purpose. It's meant to be silent. It's meant to just be, where the hell am I? Right. Again, I can jump. Kitchen. The kitchen's not in the game, is there? The kitchen's not in the game. No, it's not. I got rid of the kitchen because it wasn't needed. If I didn't need it, why should it be there? Oh. Again, another one of those. I remember that design thing I was talking about triggers, how it's really jarring to just see objects appear. That's why the sound effect is there. So it's just stuff that you just don't think about when you're making games. But anyway, so this is the original tutorial level. So you would walk out of the bedroom, walk around, and then you walk into a lounge room of sorts. There's yellow key. You pick up the yellow key. Cool. Pick up the yellow key. Hang on. There's a door now. Notice how it's blue. This was actually the original door model this was a downloaded model before I actually, by the way, secret. Again, I was hiding notes all over the place. Right. Which just didn't, it was a little reason to hide the notes. And so in the end, that's also why I had collectibles. Sort of a way to have secrets within the levels, but necessarily not add anything to the story because I wanted people to understand the story and not get confused. And often what happened was I'd give people this pre-alpha and they would play it and they would only pick up a handful of the notes and the notes that they picked up just would not provide enough context to what was going on. And so I would ask them afterwards, oh, so what happened in the story? They couldn't really tell me what happened in the story because they didn't know. So that was a very opening eye decision, basically. Was being like, oh, okay, I didn't know that could do that. So I should probably, rework that. And that's what I did. So anyway, door here. Walk into the door. You try to open it. Because the door doesn't open. Oh, there's another door over here. Okay, we'll walk over to this door. Walking over to the other door. Music's playing. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Get ready. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You might recognize that telephone ring. You might recognize it. If you've played the tutorial, you might recognize that telephone ring. Mind you, though, what happens next is a little bit different. So, let's do it. Again, yellow padlock. That's how you know that door should be opened with a yellow key. Also, there was no sound effect that played. I wonder why that didn't. Anyway, there's the telephone. Oh, shit. It made a return in the final game as well. So, anyway. This has just reminded me of another fantastic design decision, right, that I made whilst working on this. So, I'm just going to let the game do the talking. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Walk into it.
Wow. There's a lot going on in your head, isn't there?
This is
Well,
early
who's your
dialogue
therapist?
footage.
Sarah, take up approval. Now, I know your mind is a bit of a whirl at the moment, but like I said, we're gonna work through this together.
Here we
So,
are.
would you kindly close your eyes for me? Good, good. Now, look around you.
Special place.
I call it the safe space. A space where nothing can go wrong. A space where you can just be free. So let your mind wander. See what you can find.
And when you're ready, just
Yep. A lot happened. A lot just happened. So we're gonna dissect, right? So what you just heard was the original script, which wasn't so much changed structurally, it was more changed what she actually said. Again, that was Midnight Monopoly's voice. That was her voice. Fantastic. She did a great job. And this was what the original safe space looked like. It was just a barren, open-end wasteland. Red table over here with a note on it.
Ignore that note.
What? Right? So, much like what happens in the final game, same thing happened here. It was a feature that I added in the prototype in the alpha that I added in the final game. So, yeah, game design, right? A lot of things carry across, a lot of things don't. A lot of this stuff did carry across, but also a lot of it didn't. But to circle back to that clown thing that you saw. So originally, and this is going to be interesting, Sarah, the character, right, originally, you were going to see what her actual form. There was a point in the story where we were going to have it showcase. She was going to basically show herself. And she would then become like the final boss of the game. But then, as I got into the production a little bit more, got closer to Halloween, I realized that was going to be too much work. Having another completely different character model, designing, drawing art, planning it, and getting the Volderon to model it for me, it's going to be too much work. And if you didn't like the way she looked, it was going to be it would have caused a lot of, it would have been very interesting to sort of like make it look right, if that makes sense. And we didn't want to do anything like that. We just wanted to make sure that playing the game, you could just focus and imagine this voice. And we were just concerned that giving the player basically this is what the voice looks like would sort of like break the immersion that you're building in your head of, oh, this is what I think she looks like. This is what I think she looked like. And when we present you with the character, it just didn't sit right with me that you sort of painted this picture and then all of a sudden had it removed because there's this character that's magically appeared in front of your face. And so I basically got rid of the whole clown thing and just made it more about an illusion, about this sort of auditory experience, as opposed to actually having a physical clown model. And as Valderon pointed out, turns the game into Dark Souls. Correct. I should probably show that, actually. That's quite funny. But anyway, so I just wanted to quickly point that out. As you will see that creepy clown thing appear a few times, and that was basically as a placeholder for the Sarah 3D model, which we just never ended up doing because, again, long story short, I was concerned that people wouldn't like her design and instantly sort of tune out. That was my concern. So to avoid that, I made the decision to just say, no, let's not have any sort of visual cues or anything. Just make it so that the player playing the game can make in their own assumption in their head what the character looks like. So that was, again, another design decision. Just stuff that pops up as you play through the game and as you play test the game and get people to play it, that you just go, huh, okay, I see. This isn't going to work. Oh well, we'll try something new. And therein lies the joy of game design. Sounds like Cosmic Horror, where the image in your mind is better than anything you can actually see. Correct. Yeah, Cosmic Horror. Exactly. And you also can't see the text, I just realized. I think the biggest reason is time constraints. Yeah. That was also part of it. That was also another reason. So design reason on top of actual, like, sort of physical reason. Very easy. So
Okay.
it's sort of
So
two-edged
now
sword.
you had a chance to clear your head.
Let's start at the beginning.
I want you to explore this forest.
By the way, that's how I was going to handle the original transition, was that you would walk into the forest and then the level would seamlessly load into the next level. But I couldn't get it to work. And so that's where I thought up of the void. Again, you only start to notice this stuff and start solving problems when you start making stuff. So if you're watching this, thinking to yourself, man, I want to make a game, but it seems too much work. It is so much work, and it's for that very reason, because it's hard to do. But if you start making it, you will end up making something that you're proud of. And if you just start making it, you will slowly start to realize, actually, it's not as bad as I thought it was. A lot of work, yes, and there's a lot of things you have to do, but it's enjoyable. And you just sort of tick off each problem one by one. So, you ever need motivation? That's the motivation.
Do you remember this place? You mentioned here in your notes that you used to wander the dark and gloomy woods as a child. So I'm curious, what did you actually find in this forest?
Good question. By the way, this is the spider forest. This is what the spider forest looked like. Just, again, you can sort of see the loose layout though, right? You can see how there's trees sort of spaced out in a way which is guiding you towards this landmark. That didn't change. That's the same thing. Just sort of the environment though. And also the fact you walk quite slow in this version. So we're going to be doing a lot of trogging. We're going to be walking quite a bit. And you can see this is the original house model that I just used. This was just a downloaded 3D asset. Don't remember where I downloaded it from. Turbo Squid, I think. But as you can see, it's just a low poly. Oh, damn. There's something happened there. Right. Just a house model. Right. That's all it was. Just, again, a landmark to help people not get lost. Right. But this is where it's going to get interesting. So this is the original Spider Cave level. And again, originally, as we go back to the start of this stream, I know I was talking about spiders and how I wanted originally to just have one spider. This is sort of the premise. So basically, and the story actually is a little bit different to the final one. But basically, originally, I wanted it to be so that the therapist, who is Sarah, was talking to you about, and it's basically counseling you through these traumatic events. But it's all sort of her imagination. She's sort of manifesting these different levels. And this spider cave was all about this, right? It's fabricating a story about how some guy has found this dark cave and has written a note to encourage you not to enter the cage. Again, it's just sort of, it was sort of the original way of me trying to tell people, I don't know how to explain it. Show people or tell this story of someone making up a fabricated world. It was sort of my original spin on this whole thing. And as you can see here, there's actually no collision on this crystal. But that crystal makes a return in the game. It's the same crystal. It's the same. No, it's not. That's a lie. It's a different crystal. Ignore what I just said. But you can see, right? This is my original design of the cave. So there was a lot more crouching. There was a lot more creepy stuff going on, right? This is sort of like, it's a little bit more claustrophobic. It was like, it just sort of captured a bit more of that cave, crawling through a cave feeling. Right? As we go through, you can see we get into a big open part. Now, this is actually another interesting case of level design, which I should probably... Actually, I'll quickly talk about it, because this will be good to add on to the level design clip that I'm going to talk about. So we were talking about helping players not get lost, not get confused, right? And that's one part of level design. But another part of level design is trying to convey feelings or emotions from players, right? In my case, with this level, I wanted to invoke, or well, try to get you as the player to feel claustrophobic in this cave. I wanted this cave to feel like it was closing in on you, to sort of help you experience what it's like to have claustrophobia. And the big reason for sort of... No, that's a bad way to put it. Claustrophobia. And how I did that was very simply by using what's called prospect space, I believe. Linear. I can't remember the exact terms. But there's terms that you can use in level design to describe environments, basically. So you've got small, tight, narrow passages and big open spaces. And the key thing to level design is, if you just sort of use one type of space, or a large open space, many times over, it can get quite boring, right? And what's fun about level design is basically trying to break it up, right? So when you play games, you'll often walk through a very narrow corridor to lead you into a big corridor, which then leads you back into a narrow corridor, right? And that's us as level designers trying to invoke a bit of change in the environment, because seeing one thing over and over and over again, it's just boring. It's not fun. And so to invoke this sense of claustrophobia, I had moments where you were forced to crouch in these tight, narrow spaces, and these very awkwardly placed, rocks, to open up into big open spaces to sort of give you that relief, right? So you were sort of built up this claustrophobic feeling, and then as you sort of got into the big open bits, you could be like, oh, okay, I can breathe again. The best way to do that was to just sort of mix up where I would use tight spaces, large open spaces. And that's sort of level design 101 when you're making stuff. And it's important to make sure you have a lot of variety. And again, you'll start to notice this when you play games. You'll notice that you'll walk through a really tight corridor only for it to open up into a big open space, right? And that's just level designers trying to come up with ways to make it a little bit more interesting to traverse through the environment, if that makes sense, right? And so I could do cool stuff like this, right? We crawled through this really tiny little passageway to get us to a big open area with this really cool crystal, which again is acting as a landmark. So lots of design, level design being put on display here, right? We're focusing on trying to invoke this claustrophobic feeling, but giving you some relief and also adding in some landmarks so that you don't get lost, right? Because this is a linear path that only goes one way, but it is easy to get turned around and go the other way, back through the cave. But you have these landmarks in place as a good reason for people to be like, oh, actually, you know what? I've gone the wrong way. So I thought that was interesting to bring up, is that that's basically what we do as level designers. Is not only are we planning out a space about where the player will go and trying to create a path where the player won't get lost, but we're also trying to invoke this feeling of claustrophobic spaces and big open spaces, right? To sort of vary up the visual experience. And I did this a lot with the spider cave in this level. I didn't do it too much in the actual release, mostly because I got rid of the crouching, which adds a lot. But I'm sort of a little bit like, oh, if I had my time again, had a little bit more time, I'd go back and I'd try to make it a little bit more similar to this, because I really love this design. It was just sort of, because I took out the crouching, it was really hard to sort of get it right. So yeah, I wish if I had some time back, I'd probably come back, because this is probably, I was really happy with how this level turned out, because this is a good example of Prospect. I think it's called Prospect, and like very tight spaces and also big open spaces. And this is this level was great at showing that, right? And again, these notes are just telling you more about this fake character, right? But I figured good time to picture that. So again, you'll start to notice it. We walk through this little bit. Oh, there's a spider. Before it was animated. So it just slid across the ground, as you saw. But yes, that was another original idea. To have the spider showcase itself at certain points. You didn't know it was there. It was just sort of chilling. And again, we're sort of trying to evoke this sort of, again, nice narrowish space. Opened up into a nice big open area. Oh, secret down this way. Again, secret areas just had notes to sort of tell you stuff. Take the darker path, even it seems dangerous, it's safe. Okay, we'll do. Which is another thing about this game that never made it into the final. Never made it into the final game. And that was originally, there was going to be 2 paths in each level. Another design challenge. We've got another incoming ad break, Steam is telling me. So when that starts, I'm just going to then let it happen. That way I can have, oh, earthquake. By the way, the camera shake that you saw, same script that I used in the final game. Just copy and paste. Let me put the camera here. Right here, right? Ta-da! This is the dual path that I was talking about. Ad break's about to start, so I'll just hold for a second. Have a sip of water. Have a breather. Let me have a think. Oh, man. Oh, it's good. All right, time is cooking. Oh man, this has actually been good. I actually that would be me. That would be me. That would be me. Oh no. Oh wait, no, yeah, never mind. Hang on. Okay. We're almost there. Got the ad this time? Okay, that's good. That's good then. sure everything's good. I'm just making sure. Ad break has ended. Hey, we're back. Yes, I saw that it kicked off again, so I figured I'd just quickly, do this now. Cool. So, back to what I was talking about. I really like the lighting. Yeah, the lighting was interesting. Yes. This is actually when I was using lights to sort of subtly guide you where to go. Before I ended up using the outline shader, which ended up being the sort of main light, if that makes sense, right? But the lighting is nice. I do sort of miss the sort of softer lighting that I was using originally. Split paths. Yes, split paths, split paths, baby. And this is another one of those cases where another interesting design decision. So originally, with each of these levels, there was going to be two paths. You were going to have this sort of bright path and then have this sort of dark path. And depending on which path you took throughout each level, it would ultimately decide on what ending you would get. Right? There was meant to be 3 different endings. Problem with that was I didn't really have a clear reason for having 2 paths, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a linear experience. The story is the same. The only difference that these 2 paths were doing was it was just sort of giving you a different note. One that was telling you that everything was a lie, and one that was making you to try and force you to believe more about what it is you're doing. And I just didn't like it because it was cool in its own right. Because if you look down here, there's this dark path, right? But it just wasn't added anything. It wasn't adding anything to what I was trying to do with the story. I didn't want people to get confused. I didn't want people to see one side of the story and then play the game another time and then see a different side of the story. I wanted it to be like just sort of you play through the game from start to finish and you experience this one whole journey of someone going through this sort of period of, look at me, I'm alright, I'm getting help, and then it's descending into madness, and then you sort of like circles back around, right? I'm hoping I'm explaining this right. I'm hoping I'm explaining this right, but originally there was meant to be 2 paths, and that was the main reason, was I wanted there to be consequence. I wanted there to be a bit of a more interesting design reason for making stuff. Wanting to give the player a reason to come back to levels and explore. And this was before I had collectibles and all this kind of stuff, so it was a very early version of that, trying to get people to come back and play through the level again. But again, I ultimately removed it because it just wasn't adding. It wasn't adding anything. Just having 2 different areas. It was really hard to design. It was really hard to make a story and split it into these 2 different paths, right? A lot of work. It was a lot of work for what I basically had no time to do. I feel like in retrospect, having 2 different paths would be really cool. But again, a lot of time and a lot of effort is needed to basically balance it so that there's a reason for why there's 2 different paths. And with the story that I was writing, it just didn't add anything. Like, it just was not the right story to tell if I was going to do 2 different paths. So I ended up just getting rid of the path entirely. Oh, there's a spider, by the way. Just chilling. Again, no animations because this is pre-animated spider. Because again, I was still figuring out what the game was. And, that sort of ultimately ended up on the cutting room floor. The dual paths. So another one of those things that just pops up in games, game development, that you just sort of go, you do it, and you go, oh, okay. I see. Whoa! That was my, attempt at a jump scare, right? Attempt at a jump scare. And that might look familiar, actually. That might look familiar. If you play the game... Yeah. If you played the game, you'll know. You'll know what I'm talking about. This is that entire scene. However, in the game, the final game, I actually left out this entire last section. So basically, in the main game, this is where the level pretty much ends, right? You get to this sort of point. And again, I won't spoil it, but the level sort of ends. But this is sort of an extension of that, right? And this was the original idea. So you come up here, you pick up this note, you're like, oh, cool. Turn around. Oh, this big Spidey boy. I was waiting for the audio to play because that jump scare's like got like 10 bugs in it. So anyway, but then this is then what would happen next is that then you see the cave, you see the spider, it's attacked you. Now everything's starting to get a bit intense. So as you walk through this sort of labyrinth here, if I stand still, you can see the camera started shaking. And that's because I'm trying to give you this illusion that the cave is crumbling in around you. Oh, yep, there you go. It's crumbled into me. Damn it. All right, we'll go back this way. I'm just trying to add a lot of atmosphere, right? Oh, another secret bit over here with a dead body. You're like, okay, this looks a bit confusing. Whoa, that's a full screen. Didn't think I did that. There you go. That's like a little extra note, right? Like a hidden note. Again, it just like didn't need to add a hidden note, you know? I don't think I'm explaining it well enough.
Crawl to the light.
Oh, there we go. That was another cut line of dialogue. Crawl to the light. Now this is something I was proud about, right? So you'd get to the end of this cave, and then you'd walk out. Hold on. It's the house from the start of the level. Whoa, that's cool, right? So that house was the cave. And the idea with the house is that it's meant to be Sarah's house. This is her house. But why it goes from a cave into the house? Another one of those the story things that it didn't make sense. And it was hard to sort of justify why it came back to the same house. And so ultimately, that's led me to make it so that after you finished exploring the cave, you'd be taken back to her bedroom. And that's a good reason and a good excuse for why you're going back to the house. But at the time, I didn't know that. I just sort of set up the house and I was like, I'll worry about it later. So that was the original design there. But then you think you're free, only to go, whoa.
Uh-oh.
There he is. The showdown. This is meant to be like almost like a boss. This is a puzzle. Basically, spider walks towards you. Spider walks away.
It's your friend.
The spider mimics your movement, right? It's looking at you. And this was the original idea for this spider, right? It's a bit buggy, right? It's a bit buggy, but just it was sort of like the spider is mimicking your movements. It's going against you. Right. It just sort of was looking a bit like, oh, okay. Creepy. Yeah. I think Gralderon, you're appreciating your early work here. I mean, I don't think you changed the spider too much from the final version, did you? I think you just added a rig and maybe like reduce the poly count. I don't know, but it looks largely the same. But then to solve this puzzle, you walk into the spider like so. And so then you'd be presented with, oh, okay, that's creepy. But notice how everything's gone black now? This was another design idea I had, another idea with the story in that.
At the very least, you managed
hang
to
on.
escape somehow. You're here now. So, just take a moment, catch your breath, and when you're ready. Wait.
There we go.
Why are there two doors? It doesn't matter. Just pick one when you're ready.
Hey, nice. I made a bunch of minor changes, but mainly the same. Okay. I thought so. It looks largely the same. Did I give this spider collision, or what did I do here? Oh, yep. You can look at your handiwork. Nah, it's all good. I saw that. Don't worry. Don't worry. You can't actually see this. The X for the cat. But yes. So the original idea here too, with the blow black idea, this black void, is that the safe space was going to originally just sort of decompose. It was going to expose itself as this sort of facade. This isn't. It's basically trying to tell you this is not a safe space. There's something going wrong here. This is an illusion. Was that a random door click? Okay. Bug. Anyway. Let's open a door. Let's go for the blue door. Again, in the final game. Blue and red. This is a Stanley Parable reference, by the way. Stanley Parable reference. But this leads us into...
Okay, so let's fast forward a bit into your adult life. And in your notes, you mentioned that you wanted to escape into an office.
The office block. Yep. This is the original version of the office block, which largely is unchanged. There are a few differences with how I laid out where you actually go, like the direction, but it's largely the same. So it all starts in this corridor. You walk down this little corridor here. You go, okay, this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Loops back around. Now, there's actually a hidden note that at the start of the game we found, which tells you that there is a key over there, which we're going to see, which then you can use to open this white door. So that's what we're going to do, right? We're going to come over here. There's the white key. Grab that. Let's go open the door. Which, if you play the actual game, wink wink, I would highly recommend you copy this exact route. And then you get access to a secret note, right? And so that was the original idea. Because I wanted there to be some secrets and stuff in the game, but I didn't want... Again, I didn't really know what to do with these secret spaces. So that's why I was putting these hidden notes everywhere. Because it just sort of added to a story. But again, it left a lot of people confused. Because half the people would get it, half the people wouldn't get it. And then there'd just be like confusion about, well, what actually happened? Right? Because these secret notes were painting more context to the fact that this is all actually real. Right? She's making this out to be fake, her imagination. But it's actually real what's going on. And these notes were sort of trying to... Those hidden notes were trying to sort of give you that illusion. Which, at the end of the day, it was too confusing. To sort of have to juggle these two different stories. So I wanted the story to be streamlined, that you could just sort of understand what was going on, and it wasn't as sort of all over the place, if that makes sense. I'm hopeful I'm explaining this right. It's getting a bit late now, so I'm sort of going a bit loopy, but we'll keep playing through the game. So there's the yellow key, and as you saw there was all that teleportation, which I disguised in the full game as having an earthquake happen, the camera shakes, and an explosion happens. That was my way of subtly hiding the fact that you've just teleported to a completely different area. Barren office? I think so. This is my original alpha design of the office, just nothing in it. Anyway, you walk through this. Oh, this looks largely the same. There's those two paths from before, right? Let's jump. Whee! And then, whee! Hiccups again. Whee! Hey! I recognize that. It's the timer. Yeah. This is what it originally looked like when I wasn't worried about the art. I was just sort of focused more on just getting it working. And this is actually the original inspiration for this little section, which, if you see, has not changed. It's exactly the same as it is in the final game. I kept this puzzle in because this puzzle signifies the start of Sarah's descent into madness, in the sense that she's just repeating the same thing over and over again. Right, and that's what this maze is symbolizing. that idea that she's just doing the same thing over and over again, and she's just doing it again. And the more she does it, timer ticks down, and ultimately comes, I've had enough of this shit, and you sort of loses her mind. So that's the idea of the maze, which didn't go changed at all. I left it in because it was a nice little puzzle, a nice break from the actual game in a sense, which leads us nicely into the original. Yeah, this is the original two-way path to this level. So, fun fact, these green platforms were meant to be like floating debris that you would jump on, because this again is in her mind. And then this was meant to be like a bridge. So this bridge was meant to be seen as like a safe path until you got to a certain point, in which case it would fall. Pretend to fall. So you'd be like, oh shit, jump. And as you jump, it would like break, so you couldn't go back that way. But the whole thing would stay in place. But over there is a completely different audio log to what's being played over here. And so again, if you go back through, there's sort of no reason to have two different audio logs, because some people would experience this audio log, whereas on that wall is another audio log, which explains a little bit more of what's going on of this level and a bit more context to the story. But again, only half the people would go and experience this side, and so they'd be left wondering what's going on. Because this thing doesn't explain why this office block exploded. So that's another reason why I cut the two different path ideas. Was it just was hard to tell the story that I wanted to tell. The story was not sort of built for having these sort of two different paths, if that makes sense.
Fuck, we got another one over here.
This is me.
How many is that
This is me.
now?
This is my
I
voice.
can't believe she did this. At least 70 people are dead. What's the detective said? That she will be sent to a mental asylum. Maximum security. She's too unstable to be put into prison. Fucking oath. That bitch is crazy. Yeah, well, that's what happens when your performance cloud. Dory, another body bag, please.
God damn. I remember writing that and recording that. That was a trip. That's a trip. That's a trip. But yes, it was originally meant to be a clown, and she was a performer. That's another bit of a backstory to Sarah, which I ultimately didn't sort of pursue in the sense, because I was trying too hard to give her lore, if that makes sense. And when you don't give a character, it's good to give character lore, but you sort of have to flesh it out in a way which makes sense. People can understand it. Otherwise, it's like you're just sort of putting fluff on the character for no reason, right? And how many movies have we watched recently where the characters they're just there, they might have a bit of lore, but the lore's just not connected to the character in any way, or it's a bit hacked on. Like, because if you don't take your time with it, if you're not careful about the lore that you give to a character, then it's wasted. It's just an annoying character because you don't know what the character's about. What's the character doing? And so I sort of wanted to give Sarah lots of lore, but it wasn't adding anything. It didn't add anything to the story that I was telling. So I ultimately cut back on a lot of that sort of story side of thing. And I feel like it's for the better. I like it's much nicer and a lot easier to focus on. Also, this is another repeating corridor where you jump into the early beach. This is what the early beach looked like. Very, also, blue wall just appears. Nice. And there's a timer. This was the beach. Yeah, this was the beach. All right, timer ends.
Okay, we need to talk.
So what exactly is this?
For your entire life,
Dialogue's largely the
you've
same.
done nothing but try to escape your messed up childhood. You became famous and tried to fit back into society, even tried to get away to the beach. But ultimately, time ran out, and you went batshit insane, all with the goal of trying to avenge your father's death.
Again, I'm trying to squeeze
Close now
in
with that assessment. I
too
think
much
I'm
lore.
Pretty spot on. So really, are you any better than
The person who murdered your father?
I think you know the answer. And besides, you didn't think your
gambling debts wouldn't come back to bite you, did you?
You're just like your mother. So, why don't we try
Again,
this?
lots of lore.
Let's see how you can handle me
Being the killer.
So this is meant to be the turning point, right? But you can hear, right? There's a lot going on there. There's a lot of information to sort of understand in a very short time frame. Like it came at you quick. One line after the other. Something happened. Something's this, something's that. And it becomes too much to understand. And so there becomes a point where you sort of have to pull back on what it is you're doing. And when you haven't got a lot of time, like I did, it's hard to give context to all of that, to try and paint pieces to that lore, to give it meaning, to give it substance. So a lot of it was cut because it wasn't really adding anything to the story that I was writing in the very limited time that I had, and I didn't have a chance to sort of flesh it out. And this is also leading me to this level. This level was, oh man, this is a level and a half. So originally, the turning point here, as we just heard it, was that now Sarah's like, now it's time for me to come after you. Which is cool. Actually, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm trying to think back to when I was writing and making this alpha, what my brain was thinking about, because there's a lot going on. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, this was like a grand hurrah. This was the grand hurrah. You would be exposed to her, right? And she would sort of, almost in a way, want you, trick you
Not like you had a choice.
into dying, if that
But
makes
you
sense.
see what I'm wearing? Oh, this is what you wore. A funny clown outfit. But one with a dark and sinister underbelly. So why don't you take a seat in my chair and we'll talk about this, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. Let's skip all this traditional horror stuff and get straight to the main event. How about you start running?
yeah.
Let's do that.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm really surprised you've made it this far. I really didn't know if that was possible. Sadly, though, it's gotta end. However, before it does, let's explore one last place. A place where you're quite special.
See you
Oh,
soon.
okay. Ba-da, the mental asylum. Yes, which you play in the last game, in the final game. This is it. This is the inspiration for that level. This is the original alpha of that level. But yes, again, as I was letting the dialogue play, I was thinking about it more, and the more I was listening to the dialogue, I'm like, yeah, there's too much going on. And so that's a big reason why a lot of the script was changed, and why I rewrote it 4 times. It's because I was trying to get enough information across that wasn't confusing. And I think in the end I did pretty good, but I think it's still not perfect. Like, it's definitely still not perfect, but it's just funny to look back on this alpha and being like, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense. Just chuck the shit in. It doesn't. There's so much going on that it's hard to follow what's actually going on. And then add that on top of the 2-way paths that are telling 2 different things on top of a really already convoluted story, and you can imagine it starts to get confusing. A little bit too large. So also rain. I totally forgot that it was going to be rain. Totally forgot. But this is an early asylum, right? So you walk out of this asylum, and there's all these doors that you see along this corridor, which is not in the final game, right? But anyway, let's walk up to this red door. Oh, damn, the door opened. So there it is. This is the original way you're going to find out to go this way. And in the final game, this way is actually a secret. This is actually a secret level that you come down, right? But originally, it was meant to be part of the core design of the level. So pick up the key, and then we can continue on our merry way. Jump back through here. Can I crouch there? Yes, I can. Hey. Anyway, let's continue. Let's keep walking. the door. Yes. Yes, please. To the door. Hello, sir. Just going to step over you. Sorry about that, buddy. Again, blue door with a random, boldly coloured padlock on it. Good way. That one doesn't disappear when you open the door too. Man, I'm an expert programmer. Anyway. This one's interesting. So, this was another cut puzzle. Not puzzle, but illusion. So, that's right. Males and females. Because this is meant to be like an asylum, right? Everyone's got their own rooms and they're segregated into their genders, basically, right? And that was the idea here. But this was meant to be, so you're meant to jump on these little pillars, which it looks like, somewhat, I mean, and it looks like that these pillars, there's a death void down below, right? Can't see down below. But in fact, if we jump across all of these, then it gets revealed to you afterwards. Okay. Never mind. I didn't actually program it. But actually, these things are cylinders, right? They're not actually real. They're not actual platforms that you're jumping to. They're actually just an illusion. That's all they are. Like you can... Right? And that's all it was. But... Damn it! I didn't program the reveal. Oh well. Anyway. Also, too, this is another way of telling the level design. So, again, this is Sarah getting a bit insane. And she's basically broken her way out of the asylum. Why she's broken her way out of the asylum? That's a bit like... That's basically what this alpha is. So... Again, apparently we're living in her conscious, maybe? I don't know what that says. So, again, not enough context for what's going on. You're just more walking through these endless rooms. And you can also see how long this level is too, compared to the final game. Anyway, we'll continue along. This bit changed. No, this has changed completely. This is completely different. Right, yeah, okay. So then we exit out and there's this sort of split path, right? This level, does it have a split? Oh, it does. This level does have a split path. Each level had a split path. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me. So, there's some fancy sky. This is falling down. The skies is falling. Go through this door. Oh. Okay, never mind. Physics door. Nice. This is sort of another little... Again, this was meant to be another, like, set piece that you walk in. Again, remember too, by the way, close... tight corridors to open to big prospect spaces. This is all about level design. This is what it's about. Giving you some freedom, giving you a chance to sort of look around and be like, oh, that's cool. Bada boop. This was meant to have some like rooms and stuff, like doors. And it's meant to be a reference to the first game. So if you play the first Furious in the Mind, this is one of the main set pieces, is that you come into this room and these corridors loop back around. The only way forward is to go through this very obviously a fake door. So, you walk through the door, and you're on your merry way. So, dog is still here. You're a good boy, Buff. You're a very good boy. This was originally meant to be a climb up into the CEO's office. Why there's a CEO? Anyway. We climb up to his office. There's another... Oh, no, we're not there yet. Okay. You can see why this was all changed. This was all cut. Because it's so much walking and there's not much going on. It's just like... Oh, it's not interesting. It's not fun. Like, you get to this bit and you go, oh, that's cool. Right? But it's just not fun. It's just too much walking. There's too much... It's trying too hard to tell too much stuff. It doesn't need to be told. Like, it was just... That was sort of the frustrating thing with this alpha, was that it was cool. Really cool concepts, but it just wasn't... It was too big for its own... Like, there was too much information for how short it was. That was the problem. And so it was trying to get that balance, which I think I did pretty well with the final version. It's not perfect.
Oh, you made it.
But,
that was a trip and a half, wasn't it? All the blood and the killing. You're good at that.
Okay.
Anyway, you remember this place, right? Only difference. It's real now. Don't get lost.
I like that line, but don't get lost. I like that line, but again, why are we back here? Like, again, a lot going on that doesn't make a lot of sense. And even those notes, I've been skipping over the notes. We haven't really read the notes, but that's only because they didn't really add anything, if I'm being honest. So we're just sort of skipping over a lot of this stuff. This is the original Fear Funhouse section. So again, you'll notice this is quite long. So let's start the track. Let's start the track. So basically, each room was going to have like a different set piece, like a creepy funhouse set piece. Problem is, there's not a lot you can do before it sort of gets a bit repetitive. Oh god, that's right. You're meant to. Some of these dead bodies would have these different screams. And these were meant to be like the victims that Sarah has punished. She has destroyed. She has killed all of these people. Oh, random crouching section for no reason. Nice. Good job, Lucas. Very good level design. Again, if it's not needed, why is it there? These are the questions you got to ask yourself. Why is it here? Does it need to be here? No. Okay, fair enough. Again, we're walking through. Quite long, quite narrow. Again, not a lot going on. I mean, it was only just an alpha, so there was only so much I could do in a small time frame, but as we can see, there's the door. You might remember this bit. So over this way is a door. Over that way is a door. I haven't got the green key. Damn. So we have to go left or right. So I reckon we'll go left because going right actually takes you to the impaler trap, which I won't spoil. You'll know. When you get to it, you'll know. So when you get to that impaler trap, it will be the same as what you saw over here. But then you might recognize also this from the main game. This was in the alpha. This idea that there's a jack in the box, which is turning, but you're not quite sure what's going to happen. Well, I guess we should wait and see. By the way, this is the last level, by the way. I know I've been going up to 1 o'clock, so we're making good progress. Uh-oh. 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 And you also might notice, too, it's the same song. Same one. Oh! And that was it. Nothing happened.
No way! You fell for that? Oh, that was amazing. Oh man, love it. Now for my next trick.
Nice. Reason she's laughing there was because, again, you were thinking that it was real. Nothing happened. And then she's like, I like that gag. I like that. That was quite funny. But again, I just wasn't adding anything. It didn't add anything. There's another case. It just didn't add anything, right? So why have it? Wasn't adding anything. Just a funny little gag. Might recognize this from the start of the game. Except this one's a little bit different. This whole section is completely... I got rid of this whole thing because it was just too confusing. Right?
Surprise! Run, bitch.
Run.
Uh-oh. There she's there. So this is where she would appear in front of you, and she basically, this person was a chase section. So you basically just run, and as you ran, she would follow you, and she would appear in front of you, so you would be forced to be turned around and all this kind of stuff. So you can imagine, you can see now too, we're actually moving a lot faster than what we were originally. And that's sort of the whole point, is you're getting lost in this maze, and she's chasing you. Right? Quite dramatic. It's quite different from what we've just experienced, right? We've been walking around slow-paced, exploring these environments, and all of a sudden we're thrown into this chase that we're trying to escape. We don't know where to go. We're getting chased by her. And the music just loops. Nice. Good job, Lucas. Oh! And then it just ends. And And now we're in a room where smooth jazz is playing. What? What? Yeah, so again, you can see why a lot of this was cut and why a lot of this was changed. And then this is a whole spiel about the fact that her mother was never there for her. I don't know. Anyway. Open the door and you're like, oh wait, what are these? And so you walk along. Oh! Oh no. Oh no! Yeah, so these are meant to be like... I mean, these are crocodile heads, which again, I just sort of used. I downloaded a 3D model. But these were meant to be like those head bust things. You know, those like... Where, like, people who've gone hunting, they take the head off the animal that they've hunted and they put it on this, like, plaque thing and they put it on the wall. That's what these were meant to be. And I remember playing a game as a kid called Grabbed by the Ghoulies, where there was this scene where you would walk through this corridor with a bunch of these like heads on this wall, and randomly a jump scare would occur where one of them would suddenly come to life and attack you. And that was sort of like, oh shit. Like, oh my God. So that was basically meant to be that. Why it's here? Why I was trying to add it into the level? I don't know. I can't tell you. There's the door. Let's get out of here. Oh, wait, she's back.
There you are. Like a little art collection.
Oh, okay.
I think it has lots of value.
Okay.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, right.
And it must show you fucking heart.
Yeah, so now she's after me for no reason. Oh, what have I done? Again, I haven't picked up most of the secret notes.
This is the part where you ran away. Don't make this easy for me.
Uh-oh. And then, Now, there's code here where she should appear behind you. This is my early attempt of making code where... There you go. She follows you, basically, right? She's following you. Nothing happens if she touches you, though. If you walk into it, nothing happens. Just because I didn't program that at the time. But now we're basically in another scene chase, where she's trying to try and kill me. Oh, no, she's there. Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Right, and you keep running, you keep going, it keeps going. You're like, oh my God, when is this going to end? Right? Keep running. It just doesn't end, it keeps going. And eventually you get to the end of this section where you see the door. There's the door. I must reach it. I must reach it. Oh wait, hang on. I fall to the ground. Oh. Okay. Okay, I've fallen. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Also, one last ad break for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's, okay. So I think we escaped. I think we escaped. Just walk into the darkness. Okay. So far. Oh! Oh, snap. The timer. The blaring red lights. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Well. There's quite a few doors. This was in the alpha. Yep. I mean, I could just do this. Yeah, sweet. Oh, why can't I click the... There we go. Wouldn't let me click the button. Okay. Okay. What's gonna happen? Oh no! We're gonna die. It's game over. This is it. Sorry, everybody. Our life has ended. It's going to end. 3. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh. Nothing actually happened. What? No way, man. No way. Alright, the buttons don't work, I found out. So basically, you would get to the end of this section, and then you just open the door. What's behind the door? We're about to find out. I mean, I like that chase music. That one I think I just downloaded from Free Sounds, I'm pretty sure. There it is. The door opens. I mean, physics. Shout out to physics. We like physics. Walk through the door. Oh, there's the bed from before. Walk into the bed. Oh, we're back. And that's it. And that was the alpha to Theories in the Mind. That was the original version that I had planned. The first version of the story. It was, again, it was fun. Like I said, there was plenty of cool moments in there, but it was just too confusing. It wasn't adding anything. It wasn't doing anything. It was just sort of, there's too much going on. There was too much going on, too little going on. Again, like I mentioned before, there was too much content for how short it was, right? And when you've only got a year to make the game, there's only so much you can add. So, and I feel like giving myself the year helped a lot to sort of reduce a lot of that kind of stuff. So, yeah. That was the alpha to Theories in the Mind, which I'm hoping was a nice sort of trip. It's a cool little behind the scenes trip. So, yeah. Yeah. But I think we're coming up to about 4 hours now, which I actually didn't think I'd do. I think in my head, I was like, oh, I'll only manage to get about 2 hours. But I managed to talk for about 4 hours, which is fantastic. So lots of content that I'm going to use. I'm going to basically take this and I'm going to chop this up into many different YouTube chunks. I'm surprised how much content was cut. Yeah. A lot was cut. A lot of stuff was cut. Because it just wasn't adding anything. It was just, there's too much. It's too much. So, and when you only have a year, because again, too, in retrospect as well, a lot of the stuff in the game originally was me trying to flesh out the game. And I feel like if I gave myself some more time, I feel like adding a lot more depth to the story, I think would have worked. And I think having those two different levels, two different paths in each level, that would have been really cool. But again, when you've only got so little time, there's only so much you can do before things, so you sort of have to take shortcuts. And with those sort of breaks in the level, there's two gaps in the level, it just sort of didn't, again, it just sort of was trying to do different things, and it just didn't really, just didn't feel right. It just didn't work. Even though the concept of it was cool, and I kind of liked I really did like the concept. It just was too much. It just wasn't adding anything. So I think in the end, the changes that I made and the content that I cut, I think it was definitely for the better. It made things a lot smoother and a lot easier to manage as well. The story was a lot more streamlined, and it just was a little bit more interesting. You could follow it a bit more. Also, by the way, ad breaks coming. 3, 2, 1. Take this moment to take one last sip before I sign off. So I'll wait till the ads happen, but this has been quite good. So again, actually, I'll wait. No, I'll wait. Have some more water while I finish up. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me also put the jazz back on too. Yeah, we're back to jazzing. Ah, man. 40-minute break. Yeah. The jazz did end up finished. I did turn it down because of the audio. I wanted you to hear the alpha audio. But yeah, it actually ended. Because it's a 3-hour video that I've got, a jazz loop basically. It goes for 3 hours. So I've got to remember to like start it again every time. I'll give it another couple extra seconds, 10 seconds, and I'll finish up. So things I need to add. I need to add alerts. I need to get that back working. I need to fix up my actual themes. It's not quite there yet. Welcome back, everybody. Who, if you did cop an ad, again, if you're watching on YouTube, no ads for you. Anyway, what's the word? What am I doing? I can actually put my OBS back over here now. Actually, that way I can look at the screen and also look at you guys as well. But there you go. That was Fears in the Mind, the alpha. So, yeah, I'm glad. I'm surprised I managed to talk for as long as I did. This water is basically empty. Like the 2-liter jug that I got to basically, so I could just stockpile it with water and not have to worry about it for the rest of the week. Like, but yes, I'm hoping you enjoyed this sort of trip down memory lane of sorts. For me, at least. For you guys, it would have been something new, something fresh. So I'm going to start sprinkling this stream. I'm going to chop it up and do some editing. I'm going to start sprinkling it all over the social media. So again, there's that QR code down the bottom. Actually, just give that a scan and then you can go to all the socials and stuff. So, but basically, lots to talk about. Glad we talked about it. And I'm just hoping everyone enjoyed. So anybody who's watching this in the VOD, hello again. This is actually now the end. So, just trying to figure out how to do anything. I've forgotten how to do everything. I don't know if there's any one that I can... I don't know. I forget how to... What's the thing you do to send people to another thing? I don't remember. I'll have to do that for next time. I think I'll leave it for now. Yeah, I think I'll leave it for now. Oh, raid. That's it. Yeah, raid. That's it. Raid. I forget how to do that though. You push like raid or something. It's been a while. It's been 2 years, so I don't actually remember what I'm actually meant to do. I think I can actually look for someone though to raid. I think. I mean, hang on. We'll see if I can find somebody. We'll see if we can find somebody. Back to Twitch. Speed running. Lots of speed running. Just trying to remember. Say who is. Ah, okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I will probably. Raid and then channel name. Yeah, true. That's true. I'm pretty sure that's true. Let's find someone to raid. That's probably the next thing, actually. So let's go to browse. Let's go to... where is it? Is this games? Like, find someone to raid. Where is... software development. This is what I wanted. Because a lot of people are making their stuff. A lot of people are making some games. So why don't we check out someone who is making their game at the moment? Because this was me. Like, and I'm assuming my stream's in there somewhere. I'm probably low to high. Oh, right. Okay. We go high to low. Oh, damn. Okay. There's heaps. Yeah, right. Heaps of people going on. All right, well, why don't we, let's send him. Oh, it's me! I can just see me on the thumbnail. I found me. Man, this is great. I've forgotten everything about streaming. Oh, my God. I've actually forgotten everything. Let's see. Oh, this guy's modeling some stuff. Unity 3D, Blender 3D. Yeah, maybe we should check out him. I think he might be pretty snazzy. He might be pretty real. Game dev. Lots of people are making game dev stuff. This is fantastic. This is the one thing that I think like it's been a nice sort of change is that people are actually looking to make stuff. All right, why don't we, let me check out this. Let me check out our boy, Alex. Oh, hang on. He's unfortunately speaks French, so that's a no go because I don't know French. I'm so sorry, man, but hope he's doing well. Hope he's having a good stream. Bear with me for a second while I'm trying to find someone to send. How many of us? 4 of us. Okay, so just trying to find someone with relatively the same amount. I mean, we'll probably sign off anyway because it is getting quite late. Day 19. Pirate Software, Infinity Jam 010. Okay. Game Dev Notch. Trying to find like a 3D modeling one, like because that'd be cool. That'd be pretty interesting. It's me again. That's me. Small streamer having fun. Aha. Okay. I like that. I'm just finding content. I'm just finding something to read. This is a lot of work, actually. There's only 2 of us now. Ah, damn. There's only 2 of us. Damn. Okay. I'm trying to find people to raid, but doesn't seem to be too many. Okay. Having a look. Okay. I think I might just leave it. Because I need to remember. Raid channel name. I don't think that's yes, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I think that's for next time. I'll remember that for next time. Make sure I have some back of the mind, some people to raid. Usually the people I normally raid, they're not online, but that's probably because of time slots. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out for next time. That's next time's problem. First time stream again, so I gotta get back into it. I also gotta update all of my emotes. I already did that. My like subscriber things and stuff like that. I gotta fix all that. Well, I think this is going to end the stream. So, man, I've been talking for 4 hours. I think it's time we go to bed. I'm tired as. Thanks for watching. Guys. I know, hopefully, a lot of people check out the VOD and will check this out on YouTube as well, which would be nice. But it's been fun to stream to both YouTube and Twitch, and it seems to have worked fine. Like, no issues. Excellent connections. YouTube's happy. Successful. So the basics I've got, I just need to add in all of the fancy stuff. So I got to add in some alerts, get that going, and figure out how to show people who have last followed me. Lots to work on. But again, thanks to the On the Yours. I don't know how to say that name. Thanks for the follow. And it's good to be back. All I can say. So until next time, which will probably be Tuesday morning, where I'll actually play Sekiro. That's going to be Sekiro. Start playing Sekiro. So I think that will be fun. But we'll see how we go. Anyway. See you guys later. And as a funny little ending, let's get a thumbnail. I'm going to get a thumbnail. So I'm going to do one of these. Hang on. Wait. Ready? That's my thumbnail for the YouTube video. So I think we're good. All right. Anyway. Thanks for watching, guys. I will see you all next time. Perfect indeed. It was perfect. See you guys.